Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our official The Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era Heroes of Tamriel launch stream. I think I hit all of the words. I am...
Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo, exactly. I'm Josh Welgus. You all know me as Gilly from your updates, from your comments, and from probably seeing more than you'd like. And most recently from the last Cloudspire unboxing video, where you also got a glimpse of my boxers. So that was great synergy, unboxing boxers.
And with the underwear too.
Yes, yeah. It pairs well with the with the luxury wear pack for this campaign. I'm here with Ryan Howard. Ryan, what do you do here?
I'm the development director here, so been working a lot on Elder Scrolls with both writing and the new content.
Absolutely. If you have not seen Ryan on a stream before, you probably have, but if you have not, Ryan also serves as kind of our head lore writer for things like Cloudspire, which I just mentioned. So we're here to celebrate the launch, we're already over 400K, which is phenomenal. We're super stoked about that. We're over halfway to unlocking the Adventurer's Cache, which is another free item that you'll all get with any major pledge level. And we're just here to answer questions and hang out and kind of, again, celebrate this exciting day for us here at CTG. This game has been a massive success for us. Your enthusiasm, the community's enthusiasm, the critical enthusiasm has just been off the charts for Betrayal of the Second Era, and we're excited to bring you another huge wave of content. I'm going to just right off the top, I'm going to mention that we intended and are still intending to basically go directly from this stream to a full campaign playthrough with the Brothers Murph. So Brothers Murph intended and still intend to be standing by to stream a full 3-session campaign of Betrayal of the Second Era with new content integrated. And their new content is presently out for delivery, which means it could arrive with the Brothers Murph at any time. It could also arrive like this evening, for all we know. So we're kind of standing by, waiting for word from them. The intent is that this stream will do a big Q&A. If we need to fill some more time before the Brothers Murph are ready to get ready, we will do some gameplay ourselves and show some things off. I think Salem's going to join, right?
Yes.
Or maybe we're not doing gameplay?
I'm not sure how much gameplay there'll be, but we're going to be showing some Daedric Prince stuff.
Some Daedric Prince
Shadows
stuff.
of Oblivion. Yeah.
Perfect. And then whenever Brothers Murph are ready, hopefully, we will be, you won't even need to update your browser. You won't even need to click another button. It's just going to seamlessly transition over to the Brothers Murph. Now, the caveat there is that if they do not receive their content in time, we are going to let you know that, and then they will be doing that stream tomorrow instead. So just want to lead with that right off the top. Ask us your questions. I got a doc here in front of me on a laptop that's off camera, so I can see it filling up with tons of questions already, which is awesome. Before we jump into those questions also, though, I just want to quickly just touch on a handful of things. 5 expansions on this campaign, okay? There is Elsewhere, there is Somerset, there is Shadows of Oblivion, there is Heroes of Tamriel, and there is Fur and Fang. And so a whole bevy of content. There is also, I kind of mentioned it already, a 6th mini expansion that we are calling the Adventurer's Cache that you will all unlock if and when we hit 700K. It certainly appears that we are going to hit 700K probably in the next hour or so. So that's exciting. That is, if you followed the original campaign, that is similar to the Thieves' Trove that we eventually folded into the base game. So the Thieves' Trove is not a separate product anymore. It's just inside every base game. The Adventurer's Cache will not be folded into any other expansion. It's just going to be another expansion full of items, cool items that everybody's going to get for free. The value of that right now at every pledge level is set at $0 because it does not exist technically yet until we hit 700K. But the value and the discount associated with every pledge level is going to grow as the Adventurer's Cache grows. So We feel like that product may end up being worth as much as $20 to $25 MSRP. So the discount you see associated at every pledge level now might look a little bit small. Expect that to grow as we take in more and more funds throughout this campaign. The other thing that I will just draw attention to again, and I know not everybody watches our streams or pays attention to the communication that we've put out previously. Before I came down here, almost every comment that I was reading either was touching on languages or it was touching on strategist pledges. So number one, we are not doing away with the strategist pledge level, but we did not do one for the original Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era campaign, and we are not doing one for this campaign. That is purely a decision based on licensing, and one, not really wanting to explain it and confuse Bethesda, explain it to or confuse Bethesda. We also just knew there would be a lot of people potentially coming and taking an interest in this campaign based on no knowledge of chip theory and only knowledge of the Elder Scrolls, and we didn't want people to come in and just be like confused about what that pledge level is. So again, no strategists on this campaign, and that does not mean we will not be doing strategists in the future. For 20 Strong Awakened Realms that we have coming up next year, for the other unannounced campaigns that we have coming up next year, we will absolutely be returning to offering strategist pledges. No worries about that. We're not like experiencing deep regret and sadness about that.
Not about that.
Right, right, yeah. Plenty of other things.
You're sad about the Brewers game last night.
I am very sad about the Brewers game last night. You know what? LA Dodgers, you are bad. I hate you. But the other thing that I should mention is the language situation. So we tried to proactively communicate this as much as we could. This campaign is English only as it relates to the gameplay content. That will not be changing. That will not be adjusted mid-campaign. This campaign is full stop English only. That said, that is not any indication of our intent to discontinue language editions. To the contrary, language editions are more important to us than ever before, especially as things like tariffs and that sort of thing like kind of threaten the existence of the board game industry. Releasing our games in other languages in other countries besides the USA has never been more critical for us as a company. Basically, though, what's happened is that we right now, because of language editions, we right now have 7 different campaigns in some stage of needing communication, and that has simply become too much for our team to wrap our arms around and get you updates in a timely manner. And it just has become more and more difficult for us to get timely updates from a lot of our partners simply because they are small teams who are working really, really hard to translate games. And they are experts at translation. They are not experts at communicating to backers necessarily. So we have already received firm confirmations from the companies listed in the campaign. So if you go to the languages section, you'll see, I think it's Spanish and Hungarian and Czech and German, and I'm probably forgetting one, have already given us firm commitments that they will be translating all the content on this campaign. We also fully expect all of the other partners from the original Betrayal of the Second Era campaign to be giving us firm confirmations soon. And should they choose not to translate this content in the future, we will be seeking other partners for those language editions. We simply, though, don't have the resources to be pulling updates and information from 12 different translation partners regularly to keep backers updated. It was just becoming too much, and we feel like we are doing a bad job of communicating to you where things stand in the language edition scheme of things. And that goes for previous campaigns. That goes for the original BOTC campaign. That goes for Hoplomachus Victorum, which still has some language additions kind of outstanding and unfulfilled. We just decided it's going to be way more sensible, way more accurate, and just way better for backers in general and customers in general to be hearing updates directly from those partners who are releasing those games, rather than having us sit here and try to act as a middleman and often kind of fail at that role because we're just not set up and not suited for it. So.
Can I ask? So
Yes, go ahead.
So if I'm backing in French or something like that, so like how will I hear about this stuff? Like what's the idea for how I would hear about it in the future?
Yeah, the idea is that you would hear directly from Lucky Duck in the French version's case. In German, it would be directly from Frosted Games. In Czech, it would be Fox in the Box. Spanish, Mosque Oka. We're just allowing them to communicate in their primary first language to their backers who also speak that language primarily. That also just reduces the risk of kind of mistranslating updates even that are maybe not communicated to backers in their first language. Because again, sometimes we communicate something in English, and if English is not your first language, you don't completely and firmly grasp what we're trying to say, and some of the nuance is lost. Anyway.
But they'll be doing like a campaign, or they'll just sort of announce like when
Sure,
they're
yeah.
planning on.
So
that's kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's up to whether our language partners will do campaigns in the future, whether they will simply release directly to retail. That is completely and totally up to them. We have no say in that. We have offered full support to all partners for whatever methodology they would like to use. In some countries and some languages, it makes a lot of sense to run a separate campaign, in which case we'll send them all the graphics and they can translate the campaign copy within those graphics and so on and so forth. In some regions, it makes more sense to just go direct to retail, and we're going to let every partner decide that for themselves, and that will be how we handle languages in the future for campaigns. I hope that's clear. I hope that makes sense. I hope that like kind of debunks any rumors that we are slowly becoming an English-only company again. Again, that could not be further from the truth. That is not what we want to do. When we want to run 3 crowdfunding campaigns per year, though, and next year it might be 4, it just is too much for us to do efficiently, and we feel like we're letting you down by our failure to communicate timely and accurately, in a timely and accurate way throughout our updates. So anyway, I'm going to get all of that out of the way. That's my big, long preamble. If you're joining late at all and you have questions about language additions or strategists, if you could help me out in the chat and just direct people to the beginning of this stream where I kind of give this long preamble, that would be much, much appreciated. All right. Anything you want to say before we jump into Q&A? Anything you want to say about all this stuff?
Not too much. I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about it kind of over the course of the Q&A, a lot of these things, but I think, when we sat down like a year ago to kind of figure out what we were going to be trying to put out for this amount of stuff, we were just sort of trying to look at like, what is like the most outstanding things? Like, what are people looking for the most? What is the highest demand? I'm sure there's going to be things that people will say, oh, well, I was really hoping for this, and it's maybe not here yet. That doesn't mean it will never happen, but I think that we really tried to kind of service like the most outstanding, like, oh, I would love for this to be in the game. I would love for that to be in the game. And so I think we came up with some pretty cool stuff, and I'm really excited for you guys to be able to check it out, both during the campaign and when it comes out next year. So.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I've seen people ask for the most is new skill lines. They just want more options for building characters, and this campaign has that in spades, and there is more to come via stretch goals.
Well, so it's 500K now, so we did just unlock Green Balance, which I have here if we want to talk about it too.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
If we need to, there's tons of questions. So we're gonna jump into some questions, and then if we need to fill some dead air, we've got stuff to fill dead air with. So,
okay.
All right, I'm gonna real quick just expand this window a bit so I can read the questions in a easier way. I'm on a laptop here. I'm trying to.
You want the font bigger?
Yes, the font bigger would be great because then I can keep this 50-50 window split that I have going on, and still read with my old eyes.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. So first question: if you got everything for the previous campaign and you want everything new, best to go with the new gameplay bundle pledge plus Guild Vault plus cheeses plus chef class. Yes. So I've seen that question a bunch. Like, why isn't the chef class in the new gameplay bundle? Primary reason. Well, there's 2 reasons for that. One, We've already made it available separately at Gen Con, so there's over 1,000 people that picked that up at Gen Con, and we didn't want to force them to buy it again in a bundle. 2, it's going to be available on Black Friday directly from our web store. So if you'd really like to play the chef class much sooner than next year when all of this content is kind of scheduled to release, you will be able to buy it over the holidays, and then it will just be available. It's not a promo item. It's just it's a little mini expansion that we intend to make available permanently, just like the cheese. So, and then same for the cheese. The cheese has been available since April 1st. We haven't made that a limited item either. You can buy that right now through our website. So that is why it is not included in the new gameplay bundle. And then the Guild Vault, we're just making that a separate purchase in every single case outside of like the all-in bundle, purely because it's really expensive to make. It's really expensive to ship. It has to ship separately in every case. And we can't offer much of a discount on it because of how expensive those things are to make. And we also just don't want to force the issue with anybody. We want you to add that a la carte if you would like it. Similar to cloud storage, similar to Trove Chest, that is not going to be something that we stock year round. That will be something that is effectively made to order once, maybe twice per year, depending on demand. We don't have room in any of our warehouses, our warehouse or any of our fulfillment partner warehouses, to store those year round because they are so large. We're going to make them to order once or twice a year, and then we will fulfill them that way. And that's the same way that we're handling it on this campaign.
So the one thing that's missing in terms of the everything new is the Blacksmith Pack 2 is not in that list of things that they have.
That's correct. Yeah, if you would like the metal XP and day tracker, that would be another thing that you would add separately. Again, just not trying to force the more bougie accessories and arguably less necessary accessories on anybody who does not want to automatically add those to their pledge. So, all right. Any stretch goals not listed that you hope to release? No. They are done at $1 million, and that is it. No, there are a ton. Any that you want to tease or anything that you want to?
Well, I mean, we've seen, I think we kind of tried to make the initial stretch goals that we're showing, like up to $1 million, kind of like a nice amuse-bouche of like what you could maybe expect. I think there'll be still some surprises, but like, we got a couple classes in there, we've got a skill line in there, we've got. I think I've said a question about the soul magic thing, which we'll get to in a second. We've got like a couple of like skill line expansion things there, sort of giving you that kind of idea. So there's gonna be a lot more items that can go in the adventures cache. So we had a really good time designing classes this time. So I think definitely be on the lookout for those kinds of things. And then there'll be one thing that isn't in there that you'll be seeing a bit more of is, as long as the contain continues to do well, is some nice kind of aesthetic things that will. Coming up with some new treatments on dice or things like that are kind of fun. So
yeah, the Guild Vault only has trays for 8 regions. Does that mean there will be no more regions, or is it being designed to fit potential future content in mind? The answer to that is kind of both.
No, there is more regions. There is going to be another region.
Right.
There'll be no more regions. So there is going to be more regions.
Right.
One more, yeah.
Yes, yeah. So it is designed to fit the amount, basically, any region that's been referenced in previous gazetteers, the Guild Vault will fit that many regions. That is all the regions that we have planned for release right now, at least. And, we have some ideas for where we might go after that if the game continues to be popular and content continues to be in demand, but it will likely not take the form of like new regions. I don't know. Anything you want to?
Yeah, because we've always intended for there to be 9 regions, and there will be. But yes, I would agree with that. I think that we'll, next time, next time we release a big batch of content, like we do fully expect to have another region in there. And then as far as other sort of like gameplay or story content that is like not character building specific. I think, yeah. Well, we've already had some discussions. We're going to continue to have some discussions about like what that could be. There's a lot of different ideas. I think it kind of is looking at how the community is experiencing the game, like what kinds of things they think will be most fun to see or different ways to play. So yeah, that remains to be seen. But yes, there will be one more region still after this stuff.
If the graphic says there's only 8 trays for 8 regions, I believe that is probably a mistake, and we just need to update it with 9. It's meant it will hold everything that we at least are aware of that we intend to release for the game.
Yeah.
Why is Soul Magic listed as a stretch when it seems to be included in a region, Ryan?
So that is because if you can go and look at the I believe it's in Elsewhere is where the Soul Magic is. You can see that it is listed there as having, I believe, either 16 or 17 skill dice, and that is kind of accounting for there being 2 skill ends in there that each have 8 dice, and so. We have heard people, they really want to have more kind of like primary damage lines. We definitely have a few different lines where that's the intent. But so the expansion there is basically we're adding 4 additional dice to Soul Magic so it can be kind of at a parity level with something like Two-Handed or Destruction Staff or that kind of a thing. So it is kind of a full-fledged damage dealing line. You know, I'm sure some people have seen some of like the previews and stuff we've had out with some of the content creators, and we did give them a few things that were sort of pre-stretched a bit, which we do sometimes when we're doing previews. Pre-stretched that is new to this campaign that you will not have seen before. But that's kind of the idea with that. And there's a couple of the other lines that I think you might see some adding more dice stretch goals there. So these are just things that like we're kind of looking at like what is the profile of these regions in terms of like what we could offer like at a base level, and then the nice thing with stretch goals, some people I know, we always talk about this like our stretch goals cap or whatever, and obviously
I don't know what cap means.
Are they fake? And and I think that like the idea is that obviously we think about this stuff. It's not like we're just coming up with like random stuff. I mean, we do that sometimes when you guys really blow the lid off of what we were expecting to make, but it's like they are real in the sense that like it's an economy of scale thing, and so like the more money we're able to make off of this, the more money we can spend investing in the product. And so this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, all right, well, we're seeing that this is doing well, so we can make sure that like we have more dice in here, which does increase the overall spend to make the thing, but because you guys are supporting it, we're able to do it. So
yeah, absolutely. And I don't even know if I answered the question, not this question, but the previous question of do stretch goals run out at 1 million? I think we've got stretch goals going all the way up to
3.5, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Oh, 3. Okay, 3, I guess.
Yeah, stretch goals go up to 3 million. I think after that we are fully stretched, barring new ideas that maybe sometimes we think of things like midstream, but not this stream. I mean midstream in the campaign. But yeah, there's lots of stretch goals to unlock for this, and we fully intend to make this a fully stretched thing. Again, we also just we never know what to expect from campaigns, and this one especially going to English only, as I was talking about earlier. We did have about 40% of our backers on the original campaign were foreign language editions. So for this campaign, in terms of our expectations, we really aren't sure where exactly we think it's going to land. We're just kind of in a wait and see mode to that end. So we'll see where things go. All right. Will the clash mats be double-sided, the new clash mats for the new regions? Yes, the intent is that they will all feature 2 different biomes. I believe we said in the original campaign the goal was basically to get every biome from the base game and then future expansions kind of represented by the time we are done releasing regions so that you can have a flavor for all sorts of things across Tamriel. So, yes.
We only have the one right now, which we have the city one, which was like probably our most requested thing from people. But the backside of this one is going to have like a kind of like a savannah type vibe, and then for Somerset, I believe we'll kind of have like the sort of very verdant sort of what I describe as like the Windows XP background vibe of Somerset for one side, and then we'll probably have kind of a more of a tundra type thing, kind of a hilly, little scraggly kind of thing for the other side of that one.
I haven't thought about that Windows XP default background in a long time.
Yeah.
But that's a great illustration. Yeah. Ryan, which new skill line was the hardest to design and balance? And did you ever have a breakthrough moment either on that or any other skill line that would be interesting to talk about?
Well, I would say that for the new stuff, at least the new stuff that you've seen, that I think the one that we kind of, from a design standpoint, the one that we kind of had to take a couple cracks at was assassination. So I think we knew we wanted to do that one, but we had a bit of kind of like various kind of thoughts about like how it should be done, because I think that sometimes when people see assassination, they're like, oh, I can just like swoop in and do a bunch of damage like really stealthily, but like you have to be really careful with that in this game, because you're able to combine these dice with other dice in the same roll. And so like, we want this to be a stamina-based skill, but it's not tied to battle form. So rather than it doing a bunch of damage, it actually has to kind of be a thing that allows you to do a bunch of damage, like rather than doing the damage itself. So like you can see some of it on the page, and I'm sure we'll talk about it. But like I have the kind of the prototype printouts here, because we've made some changes to these since like they were printed. But like, you know, the level 1 die lets you put you can apply this die to an enemy that is up to 3 hexes away, and you can ignore up to 2 of its defense. So there's lots of stuff like that where it's like, okay, this is actually allowing me to deal more damage and kind of get around some of the ways that the game usually prevents me from dealing a bunch of damage. Or there is like a thing that lets you defeat an enemy that is exactly X HP, which equal to like whatever the result is. And so there's stuff like that where it's like, okay, well, if I can get him down, then I can just kind of finish him really quickly. So that was one where it took us a bit of time to kind of figure out exactly how that should work, but I think it ended up really satisfyingly. From a development standpoint, I would say like once we've had the stuff designed, we've spent a long time kind of like making sure that dual wield is like just right. I think that line is very focused on like doing like a bunch of batches of damage really quickly, and so a lot of the discussion has gone into like, you know, how much damage should each individual die do, like what's the likelihood that it'll deal the damage, like how quickly, that kind of a thing. So, but I think we've been testing this stuff for several months, and much appreciation to all the people who have been helping us play test on TTS and print and play and stuff like that. We've been playing a lot of it in the office too. I think Liz and Salem are out there probably testing it right now as the stream is going on. So I think we're really, you know, we're really getting close to being pretty much done with that stuff, and I feel really good about all of the new skills and classes. But yeah, that's so a lot of thought went into those two, I would say.
Cool. Would there be more information on the Guild Vault with demonstration pictures or videos? Probably not. We will probably do an update dedicated to the Guild Vault just to like, again, give a little bit more information, but no prototype of it exists right now. So anything that we would be showing would primarily be focused probably actually on showing our Too Many Bones Trove Chest or our new cloud storage for Cloudspire. And in so doing, just probably drawing some parallels to kind of like how we've what we've learned from designing both of those products, and how we expect most of that to translate to what we want to do for the Elder Scrolls. But those are the types of things that we don't see prototypes of for, I mean, we probably won't see a prototype of that for months yet. Yeah. It's very early going, and again, we want to make sure that we know what kind of stretch goals for it have been unlocked. I don't think there's a ton of stretch goals for the Guild Vault specifically, but there are some. And before we go ahead and make a prototype of that, we kind of want to know what we're doing. Those are very bespoke products. They are made by hand, put together by hand, and they're not the type of thing that we can just whip up a prototype for the way that we can with anything that's just like a printed card or that kind of thing. So fully understand that you may be hesitant to spend that kind of money on a storage option. Totally understand that. No shame in that. I would also just mention, though, that it will be available throughout the entirety of the Pledge Manager. This is content that we don't expect to deliver for a year, and the Pledge Manager will be open probably until about 2 to 3 months before delivery of the actual stuff. So if you would like to wait and see a prototype of the Guild Vault, I can promise you that you will see one prior to the Pledge Manager closing, and you may want to make a decision at that point if you're not quite comfortable making it right now. Totally understand that. Makes sense. So really the downside of that would just be that your things like stretch pay are a little bit more aggressive if you wait that long. So
I look too into like kind of how that process works is like so. One of the reasons why we don't have a prototype among many others is that like we are still going to have a conversation, I think, later on this year probably about like exactly what we want to fit into it. So like we Josh Carlson, he loves this kind of like engineering problem. And so like there is, like there for several months there was kicking around in office, like basically a too many bonus trove chest that had been like completely ripped apart and then like kind of glued back together and stacked all over the place so that you could see like what would go into it.
We might show a picture of that because there are pictures of it that we actually used to help mock up the existing stuff. But
and so it's like we are very confident that it's all going to fit. Like but like it's a question of like, okay, so if we're saying that there needs to be this much space for classes, that means that we're only going to make maximum of X classes. If we're going to say there's this much space for skill dice, that means we're only going to make maximum X number of skill lines and things like that. And so those are the kind of decisions that we want to make sure that we really have nailed down before we have like the final dimensions of that stuff squared away. And I think we have a lot of really good thoughts on that. Like it's definitely, those conversations have already been happening. But just things we want to really kind of make 100% sure that we're locked in on. I mean, similar, with like when we did, it was easy when we did the Cloudspire one because that was it,
Right.
But when
Correct.
when we did the Trove one, for Too Many Bones, it's like we hadn't made Unbreakable yet, and so you guys were kind of trying to figure out, okay, well, what's our hard cap on this? How many Gearlarks are we saying we're going to want to have? That kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing, and I even saw, leading up to the campaign, there were a few people that were like, isn't it a little early for a Elder Scrolls Trove chest, basically? This is only the second campaign. One, there's at least kind of a soft cap on the amount of stuff that we know we can do with the Elder Scrolls from a licensing perspective. We've reached deep into the back catalog of the world of Tamriel and Elder Scrolls to even find like classes and skills and that kind of thing that aren't even necessarily repped in Elder Scrolls Online or haven't been repped in a mainline Elder Scrolls game in a long time.
You'll probably see some classes that are going to be stretch gold on this that have never been a playable class in any Elder Scrolls games.
Yeah.
Which we're very grateful to them for allowing us to do.
Right, yeah, exactly. So there is that. The other thing is we were just like, we don't want to release, if there is a theoretical third campaign for Betrayal of the Second Era, and who knows, we may do another campaign, or perhaps we do just like some straight direct to retail releases. We'll see what happens. But if there is a theoretical third campaign, it would not be launching until 2027 at the earliest. Which would mean, and again, generally speaking, with big chunky content like this, it's the kind of thing that releases a year later, roughly, which would mean that people would be getting a Elder Scrolls Trove chest in 2028. And we were kind of like, way better to do it now and allow people to actually use it while they're really, really engaged with the game and while we're still for sure releasing new content for this game. So the trick with that, of course, is the fact that then we need to kind of pre-plan out everything we want to do with this line within reason before we can release a product like that. So that is always a tricky kind of engineering challenge, but I think we've got it pretty well figured out. And we will be sharing more, just not necessarily showing a physical prototype of it until later when we actually get that manufactured. So, Ryan, what is happening with the blind status effect?
So the blind is, some people thought it was a bit overtuned, or there was a fair amount of feedback. That was probably, I would say, the biggest point of feedback into the people had about the first edition of the game from a balance perspective is that they thought that you could really abuse the blind status effect to make some battles too easy, especially if you're using like Pulsar with destruction trap or things like that. So we took a look at that, and we're kind of amending the blind status. The final language is still pending, but like basically what the upshot of it is that it will work the same way, but after an enemy with blind deals damage, it will remove the die. So you can't just like put it on like a level 20 and then have it run around and wreak havoc on the other enemies for the entirety of a game. It'll just it'll go on there and it'll deal the damage, and then once it deals damage, it will then remove it. Still quite a powerful die, I would say, using it in testing that way. It's still very, very good to put blind on something, but maybe a little bit less
abusable.
OP. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In terms of, there's a couple different questions about the errata pack. We'll probably be talking about that more in an update later this week, just exactly what that includes. Again, so how we're handling errata this go around is rather than like releasing a bunch of brand new gazetteers, we are. Roxley is probably not the first company to ever do this, but they the way that they handled some updates in errata to Radlands was it was a simple handful of stickers that you basically just took and put over your paper products and that kind of thing. So that is the primary way that we're handling errata on this campaign. As it relates to the blind status effect, I don't know if we have firmly...
That will be so we're not changing anything that's on PVC with the stickers, but there is a section of the rules that has the stuff listed in there, and we are currently planning on like stickering that. I know some people are asking about like how can we get updated PVC enemy reference skills and enemy reference sheets in particular, and that's something we are exploring, and you might see that in a future stretch goal, possibly a solution for that for some people. But we're not, the changes that would be there are would only really be on the status dice, and then a couple of little like wording changes for rules. We're not changing any of the skill abilities, but just like maybe making them slightly more clear. And then we'll be adding the 2 new native abilities that are going to be for the 2 new regions that we're making. So we're figuring out how the best way to get to the people is.
Yeah, more information on that will be coming throughout the campaign. What are the chances of a 20-strong Elder Scrolls on this campaign? The chances are exactly 0. Again, we are on record and continue to be on record saying we would love to do 20-strong Elder Scrolls / 20-strong Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era. That said, we are not actively working on that at this time. We have Tanglewood's Rose coming out soon. We have Tanglewood's Cloudspire coming out, or not Tanglewood, 20-strong Cloudspire coming out soon.
Tanglewood's Cloudspire.
Yeah. And then we are planning to do 20-strong Nemesis, Tainted Grail, and Aetherfields next year as a campaign. That is the extent of our current active in development 20-strong decks. There is nothing in active development outside of that. Our focus has been entirely on Betrayal of the Second Era, which takes a lot of focus, to be totally honest.
There's a lot of work to do this. So
yeah.
we did talk about doing it for this one. I think it's still like on the wish list for the future. But I think in this case, we're like, I think maybe it's better to focus on really knocking this stuff out of the park.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So no plans, no formal plans for that right now. We would love to do it. We certainly hope to do it. It's not going to be a part of this campaign, and I would actually be surprised if it ever ends up as part of any campaign. I think that's probably the type of thing that we might just go ahead and release, simply because...
it's not confusing to...
Yeah, it might be confusing, but also otherwise we might need to wait again until like 2027 to even... or 2028 to release it, which is not necessarily what we want to do, because it would have to be a part of maybe the next Betrayal of the Second Era campaign, which again, as I talked about earlier with the Guild Vault, probably would be a 2027 sort of thing. Okay. Covered that. How many Daedric Princes are in the Shadows of Oblivion expansion? And do you have a favorite, Ryan?
Well, I know that I think Sam's going to be on, it depending on when the Brothers Merge stream starts anyway. Sam is going to be on a little bit later to talk about that stuff. But there are 5 in the Shadows of Oblivion expansion. My favorite. So I guess just to briefly go back and explain. So if you are not terribly familiar with like how that expansion is going to work, we actually have a little sample card here. So all the Daedric princes that are in there, it's kind of a Faustian bargain type situation where they give you a little.
You can switch to the top-down camera,
yes,
and you might be able to see it. I don't know if they can zoom or not. But.
Like this, Andrew. Okay, hold on. We're just checking to make sure that it's in the right spot.
Yeah, you can keep talking.
Okay, so basically, there's kind of a Faustian bargain going on where you have a Daedric prince is sort of coming to you and saying, like, look, I'll give you some sort of incredible power, but then there's also going to be a side effect. And then if you can look, they kind of tell you like what's going on with thematically on this side, it kind of tells you the components, and then you flip it over and it tells you the rules for that prince. And there's also, I know people have been saying, like, I only want to make the game harder. I don't want the benefit. Also, the other people are saying, I only want the game to be easier. I don't want the hard stuff. So you've seen down here, it actually tells you how you can play it with just the curse on or just the blessing on. But each of them has kind of a relatively simple, but still, pretty game-changing effect that lets you play the game differently. So, like, for example, in the case of Hermaeus Mora, which is the one that we kind of sent out a bit pre-stretched to some of the content people. Like this one is very simple. You basically just are mixing in more difficult enemies into your bag, and so when they come out, they are really nasty even for their level, but they also have reward on them, which gives you like really powerful benefits essentially. My favorite of the 5 is probably Sheogorath. That one is kind of continuing our cheese fixation here. So he gives you a bunch of bad enemies that like really easy enemies you can put in the bag that they're stupid. Like they're called like gibbering enemies, and they're all kind of like look really goofy. Federico's doing a great job drawing them, but that part is easier. But you also put all your fatigue in a bag. And you put in there also 10 what we're calling cheese cubes, and every time you would gain a light fatigue, you draw a die blind out of the bag, and if you get a cheese cube instead of a light fatigue, it goes in your cooldown, but it cannot be removed for any reason ever unless you go to an inn. So you're kind of getting constipated a little bit by you have every time you draw stuff out of the bag, you have a chance of drawing a cheese cube, which basically permaclogs your cooldown track until you decide to go on in. So, all of the, or not all, but most of the Daedric princes have been designed to address some element of the game that some people say like, oh, I never do this, or I'm not engaging with this, or whatever. And so, like, that one, a big part of that one is, like, people are like, well, I never go to an inn ever. I never go to town. I only do combats, And so this is like, well, if you do that, you can still do that, but you're going to get cheesed. Like, the more that you do that, you're going to get more and more cheese into your thing, and that's going to be a problem, because that's the only way you can get rid of it. So I like that one a lot. I think that one's really fun. But they're all really good ideas. I worked on some of those. I want to give a bunch of credit to Sam, though, because this was really their project, and they have done a bunch of work on making that stuff really, really great. So kudos to them.
We're only $47,000 away from unlocking the Adventurer's Cache, by the way, which is going to start increasing the value of all of those bundle pledges, which is awesome. Somebody's asking, is this Q&A only for the Elder Scrolls, or can it be for other Chip Theory campaigns? Feel free to ask questions about other campaigns. I can't guarantee that we will necessarily get to them because there's a lot of Elder Scrolls questions coming in, but I am happy to answer any questions that I can, assuming that we have time. One thing I will say, we will be getting our metal dice for 20 Strong Tanglewoods tomorrow here in the United States. I believe Canada may have already received theirs, and the boats with 20 Strong Tanglewoods, including metal dice, should be arriving in Australia, I think imminently, possibly even I think sometime this week. So that campaign is moving right along. But if you have other questions, feel free to ask. I can't guarantee that I'll answer them, but they are certainly welcome here. I kind of answered this already, but again, why isn't there an all-in new pledge? One, because we can't offer much of a discount on the Guild Vault because it's really dang expensive to make and ship. Two, because the cheese and the chef class are not, strictly speaking, new. They've been available or will be available on their own through our web store long before this campaign delivers. So, all right.
Do the how much development work is left if you want.
Yeah. How much development work is left on the current expansions? Have you started thinking about future content already?
Yeah, so we are pretty close to being done. I would say, fingers crossed, we'd like to be basically done and devlocked on stuff in about a month's time. Because we have been working on this, a big thing that we've just been trying to do a better job of the last few years is like trying to kind of shunt as much of the development work as we can to prior to the campaign. That sometimes you're a little bit more successful than others, but in this case, I think we've done pretty well at that. Most of what we have been working on has already accomplished. There's always the last 10% is always the hardest part to kind of tweak and figure out exactly what this number should be, how this should work, et cetera. But yeah, so we're getting pretty close to being done with that. Obviously there's still a lot more to do. There's still a lot of layout. There's still a lot of proofing. Proofing alone on the last stuff probably took us close to 6 months, and I do not anticipate it will take that long this time because we already have all the rules figured out. We have the style figured out. Shannon and Liz have been doing a great job at getting all that stuff figured out in terms of how we should be talking about all this stuff. And there's and most crucially, we don't have a giant rule book to write this time, which is the biggest thing that took forever with the proofing last time. But so there's still a lot to do, but from a dev standpoint, we're almost done. As far as future stuff, certainly we have talked about that a lot internally in the development department. We haven't made any decisions about that. I do actually hope to kind of not make decisions, but kind of come up with some proposals that we want to talk about internally about what we could do this or this or this, where we are having those kind of thought processes. That often happens at the end of a development for something. You'll be like, oh, well, this is an idea. Okay, let's throw that in the bucket for next time. So we'll nothing that we have set in stone though.
Yep. What does it mean when the stretch goal says skill line expansion?
Yeah, so that's what I was explaining earlier. That just means that we're adding 4 more dice in that line to make it from an 8 skill or 8 die line to a 12 die line, which kind of makes it more viable in terms of not only your build space, but more which for people want to multiple people want to use it basically. So that isn't really adding any new dice types, but it's giving you more dice in some of the different lines. So, yeah.
Yep. When will these items go live on Chip Theory Games website? The Chef Class Pack will be going live on Black Friday. So I think that's November 27th. It's going live the Monday before Black Friday, so that would be 24th. But everything else will be going live on our website for pre-order whenever the Pledge Manager closes. So that will likely be sometime next year, probably in the September-ish range is what I would expect for that. With the exception potentially of the Guild Vault, because as I was saying earlier, that will probably be made to order and only available as a pre-order likely during the holidays, similar to the way that we treat the Trove Chest, and we'll be treating, I think, the Cloud Storage this year as well. Okay, Shadows of Oblivion says there are skill dice included. Can you say anything about what those skill dice would be?
Yeah, so those are the Marudus Dagon...
Gesundheit.
That's the Marudus Dagon Daedric Prince. So his thing is that he gives you better combat skill dice. So basically, they're similar to regular combat skill dice, but they have higher values. So they're able to do more damage and to, if you're using defensively, to tank to sink more damage. But his negative is that he removes light fatigue dice from the supply, after the end of every battle. And in fact, he removes more from the supply for the longer the battle takes. Because that's again something we were seeing. Some people are saying, well, why just kite? I kite all the time so that way I can get a clean cooldown at the end of every battle. So now we're saying, well, if you do that, you're going to remove more dice from your supply, which basically means you're going to start taking fatigue fast or over fatigue faster. And also that's kind of the other, in addition to blind, one of the only other kind of new rules we made. It was that we saw that there are some people who were like, okay, well, what if I go into a battle and I take all the fatigue, all the over fatigue, and then all the other adventurers don't have to worry about it. And we don't want, that's not what we want for that. And so now, if you ever take an over fatigue, if you ever would take an over fatigue and you can't, you just take a true damage. So that is not a thing that can be done anymore. So yeah, if you want to avoid getting a bunch of over fatigue and you want to avoid getting a bunch of true damage, you want to try to figure out how to mitigate those effects that he's doing. And there's ways to get the dice back too in the rules as well. But yeah, the skill dice are the positive thing for Marinus Dagon is that you get kind of better combat dice. So
Awesome. Question, I don't necessarily know the answer to this question, but are there any dice trays in any of the expansions? As far as I remember, Valenwood did not have any, and with that many new skill lines, we will definitely need more. Excuse me, we'll provide some in some capacity, I'm almost certain, but I will need to double check on that. That's a good question, because I think, I don't know that there were enough in Valenwood that we included a dice tray. And there were some empty dice trays included in the base game, basically to accommodate Valenwood and future content to some extent. So we'll probably have to do some mathing on that and then include them as needed, if that's a thing. So somebody's just saying, as a former Hasbro employee, can confirm that translations are a massive, all caps, undertaking. Kudos for the language support here. Thank you. It's been a tricky thing kind of communicating around how we're trying to kind of pivot on languages, and I think there's been a decent amount, and I think this is actually likely because of how long it has taken us to deliver previous language editions. I think there is like a certain amount of distrust that folks might have around our approach on languages and have kind of like assumed that there is something nefarious or like ominous happening on the language front. And again, I just cannot communicate enough times that is not the case. Again, languages are more important to us than ever. And if, God forbid, more tariffs get implemented, that'll be a pivot that we absolutely have to lean into as hard as we possibly can with getting as many language editions out the door as possible. So, all right. Will the deluxe adventure inventories fit in the guild vault? I think the answer to that is yes. I think I saw somebody answer yes in the comments. I think Josh Carlson did. I will confirm that, though. That is a good question.
I imagine it'll probably go in little book space.
Yeah.
I thought, but
yeah.
We'll have to look at it, though.
Yeah, we will look at that and aim to answer that specifically probably in an update. I believe
that's one of the reasons why we don't have like dimensions of that stuff yet. Is that
we do actually have dimensions though, because
but like dimension stuff like individual casings and stuff like
correct.
that.
Yeah, individual drawers and that kind of thing. What's the difference between the luxury wear included in the new gameplay bundle and the one being sold separately for $1 for following early? The difference is that one of them costs $1 and one of them is free. If you followed early, you get it for free. If you did not follow early, you can pay $1 and get it. In the future, it will be sold as a promo item for $5. So,
I think they're saying it's included in the new gameplay bundle right now, though. If you buy a new gameplay bundle.
Oh.
We'll have to look at that.
That is probably a mistake that will need to be corrected. So, our bad. My bad. Will there be late pledges? Yes, there will be. Okay, this is a good question that there's a blurb about it in the language section, but I can talk about it to the extent that I'm able. What about the chest? Should we back it as a part of this campaign if you're a foreign language edition backer, or should we get that from the language partners? My response to that is I don't for sure know the best approach to that. We will make the ability to sell it available to all of our language partners, but depending on how language partners choose to roll out this expansion content, we can't guarantee that they will put the Guild Vault on their campaign or as a part of their release. If any partner is going direct to retail, The Guild Vault is not an attractive direct-to-retail product due to its cost and its size and its heft. And it's also one of the things that, like, again, when they're damaged in transit and that kind of thing, like they need a lot of like customer support available for replacements and that kind of thing. I would recommend, particularly if you are backing a language edition, that we already have a guarantee from our partners. So again, Frosted for German, Mosque Oca for Spanish, Fox in the Box for Czech, Lucky Duck, I think, and then the one that I can't pronounce properly for Hungarian, I believe. I would recommend you probably pick it up on this campaign if you really, really want, or you could wait for it to be available from our website in the future if you really wanted to guarantee that you get one. It's kind of a nebulous gray area that I can't answer super concretely. All I can say is, and I don't say this in a remotely like, I'm not trying to induce FOMO with this statement. This is not like a threat that we don't want to make it available. If you absolutely want to guarantee that you get one, though, I would back it on this campaign. That's the best way to make sure you get one. But it's almost certain it will be available in other avenues moving forward, just in case you don't. So,
but it is mostly like language agnostic. I think we might have a little sheet in there similar to what we did in like the other troves, where we have like a little explainer of like here's where stuff goes, but like the actual chest itself is not going to have like language in it, so
right.
you shouldn't have to worry about it too much.
Do you have any plans to sell additional adventure mats or dice, etc.? I have 2 simultaneous campaigns going, and have to log everyone's characters with photos to change between them. No plans on that. I don't think it is likely that would ever be economical in terms of demand versus sales.
Cost for us,
so, yeah. So sorry about that. What's up with the chef class? Was this a promo somewhere? Sort of. It was a mini expansion we released at Gen Con this year, just as a sort of special promo to kind of re-energize hype around the Elder Scrolls during convention season. So we sold it at Gen Con. It will be available for $10 or $8. $10.
I think $10.
$8 or $10. On our website during the holidays. It's releasing during our Black Friday sale this year. It's not a limited edition promo of any kind. We intend to make it available permanently, but that is what it is all about. And it kind of it paired well with the cheese pack that we released this April. So. All right. When will all of these items come out? They are scheduled. We are anticipating delivery next fall. So I think we put November 1st technically is like the delivery date. So we're aiming for November of next year, essentially. Hopefully we get it all out in October, but we'll see. Again, that's always hard to predict based on everything from our own schedule to manufacturing schedule to things like massive amounts of typhoons hitting China at the worst possible time when we're trying to get Cloudspire out of the country. So, question here just about like how the quality of the Guild Vault will compare to the quality of the Trove Chest. So we do, we see a fair amount of Trove chests specifically that get damaged in transit. They're made of MDF. They are assembled by hand. If they are handled really, really poorly in transit, they are susceptible to damage just because of the nature of the item. We have come a long way in understanding the best way to protect these things as they are in transit. We have also upped the QC massively on the assembly of these since the very first print run of the Trove chest. If you go and look at the video I did of our, I think it was a white box sample of the Cloudspire cloud storage, you can also see that we have thickened the walls up significantly on the cloud storage compared to the Too Many Bones Trove chest. And we are doing that same sort of double thick, double wall treatment on the Guild Vault as a result. And we We haven't shipped out cloud storages yet to anybody. We've only gotten the ones that we've had shipped from China, but they have all arrived in mint condition, in very good shape, no issues, and we expect that simply by virtue of doubling the thickness of the wood, or roughly doubling it, I don't know if it's literally double, we expect that we should be largely mitigating the issues. One of the reasons, though, that that those things cost so much to ship is because we have to literally encase them in a complete layer of foam to protect them. Watch my unboxing of all of the Cloudspire stuff that we put out last week if you want to see the foam sarcophagus that the cloud storage is shipping in.
And don't forget to not throw away the magnetic key.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of comments about that. People are like, I'm glad that I saw this, because otherwise I would have thrown out the magnet.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't expect that there will be any issues. And our customer support, again, we also know that part of the nature of these things is we have to account for potential replacements in the cost of it, in the shipping of it, et cetera, et cetera. It is ungodly expensive to replace these things by the time you factor in shipping. So trust me when I say we are doing everything we can to prevent replacements to whatever extent we can, because it costs us a lot of money to handle that. So that's the best answer I can give to that. So, okay, I talked about the delivery date. Is there an there's a lot of new things in the new content. Is there an optimum amount of items to play with at one time? Or should I just throw everything together?
I think that's referring specifically to the items themselves. So yeah, I would say throw them all together. That's kind of the fun that we always play them with all together. It's just there's a ton of variety and a ton of fun things and great art that you can get, and lots of really interesting synchronicities with the builds. And there's a lot of really fun items this time that we. Now when we designed all this stuff, we were designing it now kind of knowing how the game works and seeing oh, what would be cool if we interact with this and this and this. So there's a lot of that kind of a thing. So there's one thing that I like a lot is there's a couple of new items that we have planned where they're basically if you discard them due to the enemy skill steal, then you get to do a bad thing to the enemy that stole it, which is a thing that I kind of like. There's some fun stuff like that. So yeah, just throw them all in.
Nice. All right. Not Elder Scrolls specific, but Elder Scrolls related. Will Tanglewood's clouds? I think I made this error earlier, so I think this is an error. I think they're asking, will 20 strong Cloudspire be available from our website on Black Friday? The answer is most likely not, simply because we will not be done fulfilling yet. But that still slightly remains TBD based on container arrivals. If you're asking, will just Tanglewood stuff be available and Cloudspire stuff be available on Black Friday? Tanglewood stuff, yes, absolutely will be. Cloudspire, likely not, outside of a pre-order status. Any player aids coming this time around? I don't believe that's presently a plan, but if we hear a bunch of outcry about it, there's a chance that maybe we would look at adding something like that. Somebody's just saying, good to mention, and this is good to mention. All stretch goals, by the way, are included permanently with these products. So the way that we operate, if you're not familiar with Chip Theory campaigns, if you haven't been with us for a long time, first of all, welcome to the family. But second of all, yes, all of the stretch goals that get unlocked for these through these campaigns are not campaign exclusive. They get added permanently to these products. The exception to that, of course, is the Adventurer's Cache, now unlocked, that will be sold as a separate item in the future, and you will get it for free backing a pledge level for this campaign. So it will be available permanently. You'll be able to purchase it permanently, but it will cost you as much as $20 to $25 in the future if you do not back on this campaign. So we try to give aggressive price breaks on our campaign to the extent that we can. That is our campaign exclusive, basically. We don't believe in making gameplay items, especially campaign exclusive, as we just kind of feel that's fundamentally anti-consumer. We can afford to add it and keep it and make it available, so we feel like we should, because We understand that not everybody can back something this expensive right here and right now. We understand that people might need to kind of purchase things piecemeal in the future rather than back an all-in bundle right now, and that's fine. And that's fine, and we believe that you should have access to everything that is available because we want you to experience everything that we make. We don't want to hold any of it as exclusive. So, why is the direwolf pup so cute? Why can't it look more menacing?
So that's funny you say that. So Federico did a great job with the enemies this time, and so we got the art for that, and then basically Salem and Liz, I'm mentioning Liz McFarlane. She's a developer that we hired this year, and they both were like, "Oh, it's too cute for you to attack," and so. If you so later on, you might see that we there could be a stretch goal that might involve adding a couple more side quests to elsewhere, and so basically in response to this art, Salem came up with a side quest that allows you to get the direwolf pup as a pet, and you can feed it stuff and then upgrade it to the regular direwolf if it grows up, basically, and have it as a companion. So definitely, we were all overwhelmed by it. Turned out way cuter than we were imagining originally. So.
All right. Question about elemental skills. Why are there not more elemental skills like destruction, so like the fire skill line or destruction ice skill line? Why is there not a second range skill line to flesh out that battle stance like there are for magic one-handed and two-handed?
Okay, so there's a couple different questions there, but so for the elemental one, I will say that like we are. I don't want to say limited, but like we are somewhat. We are playing in the sandbox of Elder Scrolls, and so, especially when it comes to skills, primarily, not always, but primarily in the sandbox of Elder Scrolls Online, and so we are kind of looking at these things in terms of like what are kind of like the available skills that we have. Like we have a big spreadsheet where we have like looking at all the different skill lines about like, well, this one is in this game, this one's in these games, like this is how it works, and so. I think to make this like a really thematic Elder Scrolls experience, we try to focus on things that are really common to those games. Now, there isn't like a fire or ice magic skill line in any Elder Scrolls game. Now, there are things like destruction magic, and there's things like alteration and stuff like that. And sometimes you'll have elemental things that are sort of involved with that. And I think we definitely are trying to kind of like put little bits of elements in there. Certainly like storm calling, that is kind of like electricity, kind of like weather magic type stuff, and so it's not called, lightning destruction or whatever, but it certainly is invoking that. But we're sort of kind of trying to come up with like what are the things that are kind of very common and thematic and emblematic of Elder Scrolls, and how do we kind of come up with our versions of that? As far as the ranged question, we'll just wait and see what happens with some stretch goals. Let's just say that. I
think we still, right now we have stretch goals listed up to $1 million, but there are stretch goals, if you missed it earlier, they go a long way. There's still plenty more to unlock, and because I'm not in the campaign right now able to mess with things, again, I would mention we have unlocked the Adventurer's Cache, which does increase the value of every pledge since you get that for free by at least, I think we're starting it at a $10 MSRP. And that can go all the way up to a $20 or even, I think, $25 MSRP. So yeah, more to come. Much more to come, and the value of this campaign will continue to grow significantly as we unlock a lot of really, really cool and fun stuff that is out there. So, and we just crossed the 750K mark. Phenomenal. Thrilled. Okay. Have you considered having different gazetteers for existing regions to have alternative campaigns?
Ask the second question, the next question too, because those are kind of related.
When you say travel to different places, is Oblivion something you're looking at, if we are able to say?
Yeah, so I think right now we're not doing any alternative gazetteers. I think we said this earlier, but like I think we have one more region that we want to do after this campaign. But then I think after that, then we kind of start exploring like, where else could we go? What else could we do? What's the most fruitful way to maximize like additional gameplay options, with what we have and with what we can create? So I don't think any of those decisions have been made at all. Whether that's making different lengths of time for plays, or different could you travel between regions? Could you come up with more regions in the same thing? Could you make more specific encounters for the different locations in the region? Those are all things that have been talked about, and we just haven't settled on anything. Certainly, we've talked about Oblivion as well as a future thing. But I think we do have a kind of an ongoing sort of meta story where all these different regions are tied into each other and have different connection points and stuff. And so I think from a story perspective, we want to finish that first before we kind of talk about the other things.
Yeah. Why did you split the guild vault into 2 boxes? I'd love to store everything in just one Kallax and not have to store the books somewhere else. That's a really simple answer, because you can't.
It's too big.
It's too big. The existing base game box already basically takes up the space of a little more than half a Kallax, I believe, half a Kallax slot, and so to make this work and add the deluxe storage elements that make setup easier, all that it straight up doesn't fit. It doesn't work. So we would love to do that. It would be cheaper for us to make it, and we would be able to sell it to you cheaper if it weren't for that. But it simply doesn't work. And also it makes it's going to make accessing the gazetteers and the books that you want much easier doing it this way. If not, they would all just kind of have to be shoved in a single, very large drawer that would be very heavy. And there's also just structural considerations that happen on these things that you might not be as aware of. The heaviest stuff needs to go towards the bottom of these chests so that they don't start bowing and warping and stuff on your shelf. So. But yeah, the most simple answer is simply it doesn't fit. It can't.
Yeah, I mean, if you took 9 gazetteers and the rules and the tutorial and stuff, I mean, you're looking at something that's this tall-ish and this wide, and that's if you just stuck that brick into a Kallax, that alone is taking up a lot of space for things that I assume people would rather have. More enemies, more skills, more things like that. So that's kind of the thought process there. So.
Okay, a couple different questions about the gold metal Deslandra chip that we had released previously, and when and where that will be available. That is still TBD. I don't. There's a question of do we want to do all forms of Deslandra as gold chips at some point and sell them as a pack, versus the one that exists right now. So we don't plan on selling it for Black Friday. That some people are speculating on that. We also, again, don't plan to make that some super limited exclusive. We know there's plenty of you that would like it. We just haven't exactly decided on a release format for it yet. And those gold chips are very expensive to print. So it's kind of one of those things where we don't want to release the single one as a purchasable item and then decide we're going to do the rest of them, which there's now going to need to be, 5 of them total?
Yeah, I guess because there's, well, no, I mean, if you're including so that you'd probably actually need to have closer to, if you wanted to do every Deslandra, you'd have to do something 10 of them.
Yeah, and so it would make a lot more sense to maybe look at next Black Friday and release a set of 10 of them as a more of a promo item that we release over the holidays or something like that. We're just not sure on exactly how we want to handle that yet. Is the cop-out, but also very honest answer to that question. So, a lot of questions about the Deslandra promo chip. Okay. What's the point of the mid-game save trays? We just had a lot of folks asking if they could have a tray that allow, because the current save trays basically don't allow you to store your
tenacity
and
your cooldown and your battle form.
Yeah, yep, exactly.
And your active slots, I guess, too.
Yeah, and we had people asking for that, so this is an opportunity for us to both make those trays a little bit nicer. So if you think of the gear lock trays from the Trove chest, that's kind of the direction that we're going with these ones, I believe, and to sort of just add that as a requested feature. So that's the point of them. Yep. Yeah, another question about buying additional neoprene adventurer mats. No plans for that right now, again, just because I don't think there would be enough demand to make it make sense. What changed with this campaign for a faster turnaround on targeted delivery?
The game is designed.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing is that you know, it's always longer. It always takes longer to make a game from scratch than it does to design new stuff for an existing game. And
Yep.
so you know, like I said before, like there's no 100-page rulebook to write. There's no balance to figure out in terms of like, oh, how should stamina work? How should magic work and stuff? And so what we're doing for this is, I mean, we are coming up with some new mechanics with like the Daedric Princes and stuff, but like we have a framework, and so it's just less, it's still a lot of work, but it's less, it's just less time consuming overall. You know, we didn't have to start working on it 3 years before it came out.
Correct.
We had to start working on it, you know, I guess 2 years before it comes out, you know,
Yeah.
so it's just, yeah.
The other thing is, from a graphic design standpoint, with all of the elements of the game now, aside from like the Daedric Prince stuff, which we have now a good already working template for that, all of this stuff can move directly from spreadsheets to actual game components in a much, much faster way. And that's a huge part of making a new game, is like figuring out the UX and how everything's going to work for that game. So not only can we develop faster now with a firm set of guardrails essentially to adhere to, but our graphic designers can move things over to make it playable and look nice in a much faster way, which expedites our ability to get it out the door as well. Will you live stream part of a campaign with new additions ahead of the Pledge Manager closing? Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
We'll do it a couple times, I think.
Yeah, I believe there's even plans to do that like during the campaign.
Yes.
So, yeah. Which pledge should I get to have all in new gameplay? The new gameplay pledge bundle. You might want to add the chef class, and you might want to add Cheeses of Tamriel in there. Again, we're just making those available separately, adding them a la carte, because they are not, strictly speaking, new. They are new for this campaign, but they are not new in terms of never having been available before. And they will, cheese is available now through our website if you would like to order it, and again, the chef class pack will be available this holiday season, and then forevermore, at least as long as we have the license to sell it. So, what's the thought behind making the mid-adventure tray gold? It will be gold.
Fancy.
Yeah, the main reason for that would be because of it.
It's a vault.
Yeah.
You need to
Gold.
You need to put riches in there.
Gold, Jerry. Gold. All right. It's for a very small set of our audience, probably. Seinfeld jokes. Anyway, okay. Will we get both normal and gold trays once the gold ones unlock? No. You will get.
They'll be the normal ones will become gold.
What I'm reading between the lines in these questions is, I don't like the gold, you guys, and I'm sorry about that. They're gonna be gold. So, do you have any news regarding the free download on Board Game Geek with difficulty modifier, or did I miss it? You probably missed it on Board Game Geek because we didn't put it there.
It's on our website.
Yeah, it's on our website. So Arvin's Adventurous Achievements is the file you are looking for. It is, I think, both on the main game page in our store as a download, as well as the support section of our website as a download. There was also an update specifically about it to the original Betrayal of the Second Era campaign, probably 2 months ago, roughly. So you can also check for it there. And yeah, if you still think the game is too easy after turning some of those on, then I think you don't understand the rules, is just my honest opinion on that.
It's quite difficult. to play with those.
Will we be able to access content early on Tabletop Simulator? Probably not. We never say never to that, but probably not. Will the mid-session save trays be available outside of the Guild Vault? Probably not. Have you all showed the deluxe character trays from the Guild Vault yet? Probably not. No, we have not, because we do not have them. So we do not have them to show. We will at some point before the Pledge Manager closes, but we do not have them right now. If If you would like to wait for a few months until we have prototypes, that is absolutely your prerogative, and there's not really a downside to doing so if you are on the fence about the Guild Vault in general. Okay, I'm at work and I got here late. My bad. How do we get those gold trays if we already have trays? You buy the Guild Vault. Is the chef class and cheese pack confirmed for Black Friday? Yes. Cheese is already available, actually. Weird one, but would it be possible to get the booklet storage without the Guild Vault with a 3D printer? I may figure out a storage solution for the big game. No, there are no plans to make the booklet storage available separately. Again, I just don't think that would be economical in terms of demand versus production. Any plans to launch a discounted new content bundle that includes the Guild Vault? No. Again, that is purely because it's expensive to make. It's really expensive to make. It's really expensive to ship. It's really expensive to support at the customer support level. There's a royalty on it. There are tariffs now, and it just has to cost what it has to cost in order for us to make it, basically. So, all right. I see a question from my friend Jeff on here. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for watching. You are a loser, Jeff. I'm not going to tell you what the question was. It's just for me.
Disrespectful.
It's disrespectful. Yes, very disrespectful. Asking if there have been any changes to delve mechanics. They didn't like delves in the original game.
So, I mean, obviously we're going to have new delve decks for the two new regions, but we're not really changing anything to the mechanics. I mean, we tried to really I think something that we've tried to do more and more, like the older we've got in this company, is to not change stuff on second printings because it makes people feel bad. Like they don't and it makes us feel bad because we don't want people to think that we put out something that wasn't done or anything like that. I think that for the most part, the delves are pretty well liked. We like them. We're happy with how they work. Obviously, that nothing is going to work for everybody, but we really, in addition to us standing by them mechanically, we also really want to be respectful of the amount of money that people spent on this the first time. And so I think if we were going to just do a bunch of rule changes, that would not be very respectful to those people. But no, they're going to stay the way they are. We have a good time doing them. I think we are always trying to think about what's the most pleasurable way to move through any mechanic that we have in the game. And so certainly when we are working on new delve encounters that we're making for this, or new delve quests and things like that, we're trying to come up with the most fun way to interact with clashes, with delves, with dungeons, etc. I'm gonna step up on a soapbox here for a second.
This game is really good at what it's trying to do. Okay, there are also a number of things that it is not trying to do that I think some gamers and some Elder Scrolls fans wish it was trying to do so that it could do them maybe in a more meaningful way. Some examples of that would be this game is not trying to tell a 20-session Oathsworn level narrative tale that takes you from A to Z in a fairly linear. There's decisions to make in Oathsworn. I'm playing Oathsworn tonight. I love the game. It's great. It's brilliant. And the narrative is brilliant. The narrative, while it is a consequential portion of Betrayal of the Second Era, is not the primary focus. Okay? Delving and, having bespoke dungeons to try and move through is handled in a certain way here because it's the way we wanted to handle it. We wanted it to be very random. We wanted it to be very replayable. We wanted it to surprise you at every turn, and we wanted it to feel very dangerous in the early game and feel risky but manageable in the later portion of the game. I think we did that really, really well. That may not be the way that you want to handle dungeon delving in your games, and that's fine. That is fine. I'm not saying we handled it to your specifications, but it's not ever going to meet those specifications if that's what you're looking for in a game. If you're looking for Oathsworn in a game, it's not this game. It's a different game. What we really leaned into in this game is what our favorite part of the Elder Scrolls games happens to be, and what I feel like we are best at as a company, and that is really leaning into really interesting dice-based combat, tactical combat, and having a almost infinite way of building your character so that you can try a new strategy and try a new interesting synergy every single time you play the game. So to Ryan's point, I think in the past we would sometimes hear criticism of our games, or people would feel like our games weren't what they were expecting, and we would try and kind of pivot into like making it something it wasn't meant to do. I think probably the easiest example I can give of that would be in Cloudspire, we kind of added endless mode as like an option in that game because there were some people that were like, well, I want this to kind of be like a tower defense game that's just like wave after wave after wave. And frankly, I don't think endless mode is very good. I don't think it works very well. And I don't think that's even because it's designed poorly within what we have. It's just that I don't think the game was ever really meant to handle that in the way that it works in a video game. So yeah. Anyway, that's a really long way of saying if you don't like the delves, no skin off my back. I don't think anything we do with this game system is probably going to fix that for you, and that's okay. We think it works really well for what we were trying to do, and I think the critical reception and the wider reception of the game has proven out that the majority of people are really happy with the way that works.
Yeah, we really we definitely appreciate people's feedback, and we do read it. But I would say that I think we all feel very proud of it still. I think that it is what we wanted it to be, and I feel good about it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, a couple questions here just about Black Friday stuff that are unrelated to Elder Scrolls. I'll just rattle through these real fast. Riffle, I believe, will be available during the entire holiday season this year. As Riffle gets a little bit older as a product, we are making it a little bit less exclusive here and there, and I think Black Friday and the holidays this year will be one such example. Yes, Black Friday orders within reason are expected to ship before Christmas. We will be pushing really, really hard for that. So if you order Tanglewood's Rose, if you order the Chef Class Pack, or any of our other Black Friday deals, we will advertise very clearly what the kind of Christmas delivery cutoff date is for any of those things. I believe the question is, will 20 Strong Rose be available as well as the ESO Chef Class? The answer to that is yes, and hopefully Dragons of Etch and Stone will also be formally releasing for the holidays on Black Friday. We are just awaiting some word on containers for that. That game is going to take us about 24 hours to fulfill in its entirety because it's almost entirely pre-packed cross-dock boxes that we slap a label on and put them right back out the door, meaning a day or a week after it arrives, for sure, we should be able to make it available for sale. All of those things we are planning to make available for Black Friday. It's a little bit TBD in terms of just what we have here and the timing on all of that stuff. So, will there be any new region enemies for existing regions? This is a question we get a lot. Ryan, you want to tackle that?
Yeah. So the plan is not to have new region-specific enemies in this campaign. Now, I would say that out of all the things that we're asked about that we're not getting to in this campaign, that is the biggest one that we have been asked about is can there be some more region-specific encounter cards? Can there be some more region-specific enemies? And we definitely hear you, and that's definitely a plan that we want to do. I would say that after this stuff that we're selling on this campaign, that is, I think I pretty confidently say probably our number one next thing we want to address. We definitely understand people want more enemy variety, or not more enemy variety, but more enemies that kind of contribute to the unique personality of each of the individual regions. And we definitely agree and want to be able to provide that. But it's a thing of when you are kind of coming up with all the stuff that you can make, you do have to kind of select what is going to be the most important things to include. And so for us, we thought that the biggest things that were the most important were kind of coming up with additional character options. that was the thing that was the most asked for, and then kind of formatting those in with like more quest materials and stuff was kind of like the best way to accomplish that. But that's not the plan right now. But just because it's not the plan right now doesn't mean it's never going to happen. It almost certainly will happen, just not right at this time.
Yep. Good answer. I'm scrolling down to something real quick. Will we ever see brass mags for the heroes? Possibly. Here's the thing. So everybody really loved the brass mags for Burn Cycle, but Burn Cycle as a game did not sell entirely super well for us, and therefore neither did the brass mags. Lots of people were asking for Too Many Bones brass mags for the gear locks. We interpreted that as there being large demand, and then there was not that much demand for them, it turned out, after the initial release. So we're a little bit hesitant to just like automatically say we're going to do brass mags for anything. The thing about them for like heroes or anything that has a big stack of health underneath it is they kind of, from a just purely tactile experience standpoint, they kind of make the gameplay worse, to be totally honest, because it makes the stacks kind of top heavy and they're kind of awkward to move around, especially if you have a stack of like, I would say more than 5 health underneath a unit.
Yeah.
They can kind of be precarious to move around. So
That's the nice thing about the Burn Cycle ones is that Burn Cycle doesn't have any health chips, and so they basically just act as a platform for the token itself, which is nice.
Correct. So I don't know, if you're really interested in them, please let us know that. We would love to, and we may at some point take a survey to kind of gauge demand. They're also exceptionally expensive to make. That's the thing about them as well. We cannot sell them cheap. You know, the Too Many Bones set, I believe, is $100 MSRP, and that's not like some crazy profit margin that we're making on those. That is just kind of like what they have to sell for because they're spendy to make. They're really cool. They're really fun, but right now we're not really planning on doing that.
So you'd have to license them?
Yes, and we'd have to talk to Bethesda about licensing them. There may be, I don't know, the sculpts for them might be way easier to acquire since obviously Bethesda has tons of 3D models of like the characters that they make, but yeah, no plans right now.
That's like obviously like we love putting stuff on magnets here, so I know that certainly, you know, even if like you didn't get like hero brass mags, it's like there's possibilities of like other cool magnetic stuff that could, you know, I mean, even something like not the exact same thing, but like the Blacksmith pack like has a magnetic component this time because we are doing the magnetic like the counter tray basically, you know, like it's heard.
If you weren't aware, our CEO and lead designer Josh Carlson is very obsessed with magnets.
Yes.
He loves magnets and loves to find clever ways to integrate magnets into our products. So certainly that's something that we will continue to try and do simply because it's just something that he finds very amusing. So did you expect to get this much funding on day one? We really didn't know what to expect, to be honest. I'm very, very, very pleased with how things are going right now. I will say that much. Again, the fact that we had to, or the fact that we did eliminate foreign language editions from this campaign, and foreign language editions were roughly like 40% of that original campaign, left us saying like, well, this campaign might only do 60% of what the original did, and we were okay with that. So far, yes, very encouraged with how the funding is going. It's looking great. When do cards get charged for the campaign? They get charged immediately when the campaign closes. If you are using Stretch Pay, you will get charged your first payment of your Stretch Pay plan when the campaign closes. And then so the campaign is closing on the 31st. It's closing on Halloween, very spooky for Enfang. So your first payment will go through on the 31st, and then your subsequent payment will happen a month after that. So in this case, I forget how many days are in November. I think 30. So it would either be charged on November 30th or December 1st would be your next payment. And then again, 1 month after that for your next payment, and so on and so forth until your products are paid off. If I'm pledging with friends, will extra copies of stretch goals and errata pack be included? Stretch goals, again, are added permanently to every item. So if you have an item that is a stretch goal, you will you will receive that.
What about the Adventurer's Cache, though?
Yeah, I think the Adventurer's Cache is 1 per pledge level. So if you add multiple copies of the same pledge level to your pledge, an Adventurer's Cache would be included with each of those. I believe that's possible. I've never tried to do that myself. It's not possible. If it's not possible, you may need to reach out to customer support, but we're happy to help with that. The errata pack, I think we limited to 1 per customer because I think we just wanted to make sure that nobody went in, because we're offering it for free. We didn't want people to be able to go in and add 500 of them and then whatever, sell them on eBay. That you may need to reach out to customer support. I know they can help you, and that is something that we can address if you're going in on a big group pledge. But I think it has to be handled manually, if I'm not mistaken. So, all right. Somebody here is just asking, it feels like a lot of the information that you guys communicate is coming through Discord or coming through these live streams. Could you just be better about putting out updates more often? And the answer to that is absolutely. A big part of that responsibility, if not 99% of that responsibility, lies purely with yours truly right here. In the process of dealing with everything that has happened this year, from a company and tariff and logistics standpoint, while also prepping for this massive campaign, while also having 7 campaigns active. I mentioned that earlier in some capacity.
Having to push another campaign.
Yeah, having to delay a campaign into next year because of tariffs. This has been a really, really hard year. And as I've mentioned before, we have stretched ourselves too thin, and we own that. That's our fault. That's not your fault. That's not anyone else's fault. It is our fault. And we recognize that we have not been putting out updates in as timely a manner as you deserve and as we would like. And that is something that we are moving to remedy in a significant way. Part of that remedy is getting rid of the language additions on campaigns so that we don't have a campaign from 2 years ago still kind of lingering out there, needing regular updates that we are not necessarily able to provide, either due to my own personal time or due to not getting timely updates from people outside of this building that we need information from. So absolutely, we're taking steps. We're taking steps to ease that burden on myself, and we are taking steps to get other people involved in the update process to make sure that happens in a better way. So again, apologies for that. We try to be very transparent with the growing pains that we have here as a company, as we kind of always have, and that's been. I think we were relatively naive regarding how much work adding language additions to campaigns was going to ultimately be. Because again, it effectively puts us in the position of middleman or middlewoman as it relates to communicating information from people in other countries outside of this building, and we don't necessarily have control over the flow of that information in the way that we would like, and it's hard to get. Sometimes we'll get half of it 1 week, and then we'll get half of it a week later, to the point that the information we got last week feels out of date by the time we have the rest of the information. It's complicated. But that's ultimately that's an excuse. Responsibility falls to me, and we are trying to get better at it. So appreciate that comment, and we appreciate constructive criticism always. Something we want to try and get better. So bottom line, have language additions on all CTG games been worth it? Yes, absolutely they have. Again, it's not something we're leaning away from at all. It's something we want to lean more into. It just doesn't work at the campaign level the way that we would like. And given that we view ourselves somewhat as campaign experts when it comes to crowdfunding at this point, this is our 22nd campaign. We don't like, as our British COO says, we don't like throwing a spanner in the works in terms of kind of our process. Language additions just haven't worked well with our process and the way that we do things internally, and therefore just simpler to kind of put them in their own category outside of what we do at the crowdfunding level. Question to Ryan. Will the encounter corrupted communion see any changes due to the blind change? Seems
Well,
like an
well-
insta-loss if you draw that on day 2. I don't know if you know the answer to that.
We're looking at some of that stuff. I think ultimately, obviously, there are a couple of encounters that will change somewhat by the blind rule, but I think that our opinion of it is that like messing with the original intent of some of those things is worthwhile for the balance of it, and we're not doing. But that's one of the reasons why we take any time we would change any kind of mechanic, we take that very serious, and we don't do it very often because our games are all the mechanics are very interconnected, and so if you change one thing, that's going to have a lot of knock-on effects that you're not necessarily thinking about. So, yeah, we'll take a look at it though.
I will say the amount of errata that is in this errata pack is like really minimal. Really, especially when you look at like some of the things that we've needed to correct in the past with like early Too Many Bones printings and that kind of thing. The scope of this game being what it is, and the amount of content in this game being what it is. The fact that the errata is as limited as it is, I think, is really cool. Because again, there's just nothing you can't. No matter how much you play test something internally, externally, everywhere, you just can't account for the amount of scrutiny that your game gets when you suddenly go from a pool of like 50 playtesters to 20,000 playtesters. There's just no way, to prep for that. And so, yeah. Anyway. Will any of the chips glow like the keel chips from Cloudspire?
What? The keel chips glow?
Yeah, spoiler alert. The keel chips might glow in the dark. No plans for that, but I don't know. Again, if we get to the point where we're like just grasping at any stretch goal we can add, we could. I don't think it actually added much cost to those keel chips, but I'd have to check. I shouldn't say that out loud because I might be completely wrong.
We have some cool like treatment stuff that we're thinking about doing. So,
would you ever release the schematics for the chests, Trove Chest, Cloud Storage, Guild Vault, so somebody could custom build their own? Probably not. We work pretty hard on those. They're fairly proprietary, and we do enjoy making money.
yeah.
Sorry. So we're going to try to keep making money and asking you to purchase those from us. I am certain that if you if you had a friend who had one or something and you are a competent woodworker, I am not, so I might be speaking completely out of turn here. But if you had a friend who had one and you got measurements from them, I'm assuming it as a competent woodworker, you would probably be able to make something comparable. But I don't know. I'm not handy in the slightest, as my wife would be happy to tell you. Chef Class is only an add-on. That is correct, yes. It is only an add-on. Again, that is because some people were able to buy it at Gen Con. We sold, I think, over 1,000 of them at Gen Con, or near 1,000 of them at Gen Con. And it will also be available this holiday season, so we didn't want to include it in any bundles in case people already had bought it separately or were planning to buy it separately over the holiday season. Any more general, peaceful, or conflict encounter cards?
We're adding. I think we've already hit this on the stretch goals. So we're adding 3 of each in currently to the Fur and Fang, which are all related to the affliction style skill lines, which are like what we're calling those. And if in the future we make any other kind of like weird blessing curse style skill lines, those would also be like afflicted style lines. So we are adding a few, not a lot. I know again it's something that some people want, and we aren't doing a ton of that this time, but it is certainly something that we will continue to be thinking about. And not only in like if we did any kind of future campaigny stuff, but if we ever did anything like the chef again, that would be a place where we could put some of that stuff in, things like that. So.
I'm going to stop real quick. We were originally going to be throwing things to the Brothers Murph at 12:30. It is now 12:20. I know the odds of it happening at 12:30 were slim to none based on their delivery. I just want to ask from our production team behind the scenes, any updates on anything Brothers Murph related?
Nothing so far.
Nothing so far. Okay.
They've been in the chat periodically.
Oh.
And they said they did not get it.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Besides that, they're brothers.
Yeah, they presumably are named Murph.
Yeah.
Breaking news: the Brothers Murph are indeed brothers. It turns out.
I don't know if I believe it.
Their last name's Murph.
Are the empty game boxes recyclable? I believe so. I believe so.
I'm not sure actually because of the printing.
Oh, maybe because of the UV gloss finish, they might not be. I don't know. I can aim to try and answer that in an update, maybe. Will we see a closer look at the Blacksmith Volume 2 before the campaign ends? I believe, yes. Actually, I
should have brought that
I
in,
should have
yeah.
brought... When do you guys want to go to Lord JC's office and grab the metal tracker for XP and day counter? We will have that for you on camera shortly. Right. The new I don't know if I'm understanding this.
Yeah.
It's probably not a native English speaker. I think what somebody's asking is, will the Guild Vault be available later on? And again, the answer to that is almost certainly, but I can't promise timing on when and how. So again, if you are a foreign language backer, if your language partner doesn't choose to run a campaign and chooses to release directly to retail, I can't promise that they will release the Guild Vault as a part of that, simply because it is not an ideal retail product by any wild stretch of the imagination. And we will likely make it available on our website in the future for pre-order. Again, the same way that we do cloud storage and trove chests is we make them available during the holiday season for pre-order with an anticipated delivery of late Q2 or early Q3 the following year. So there is always a long lag time between the production of these and the delivery. Again, they are handmade, they are very bespoke, and they are made to order because we do not have room in our warehouse or any other warehouse to store them effectively. So, just a couple questions here about there might be a skill line that I'm not a fan of. Will you buff it? No, they are going to stay as
We're happy with them.
We're happy with them. Get better at using it is my mean answer. Get good, as any good internet troll would tell you. But no plans to adjust the balance on any skill lines. We're pretty happy with where those are at. Any plans for crossbows, Ryan?
No, unlikely. It's in terms of skills anyway, because it is not a thing that is a skill line in any of the Elder Scrolls games. We usually try to, if not actually align. I mean, everything you've seen so far is from an Elder Scrolls game, mostly directly from ESO. I think like Illusion from the first round of content is not an ESO, but I think basically everything else is. But we're trying to stick with things that are either in an Elder Scrolls game or things that are like very related to things that are in Elder Scrolls games. So yeah.
Will there be a lid to the Gazetteer box as a part of the Guild Vault? Is it safe to store on its side? I think because the Gazetteer box, I believe, is going to be made out of just reinforced cardboard rather than MDF. Though we are looking at maybe some stretch goals for whether or not that's possible to make that also out of MDF. It can be stored vertically or horizontally, though. That I can answer. Whether there's like a lid or a cover for it, I think there will be a sort of like cover for it that has like the book-like facade that we're showing. Don't etch that in stone. There's a question about Dragon's Fetch Stone coming up. I'm giving you a little foreshadowing.
You should be the writer.
But I believe it will have a cover. Let me confirm that. And again, we will be doing an update like kind of exclusively about the Guild Vault. And I will aim to answer it there. So real fast, before I jump to that Dragon's Fetch Stone question, you can see here, and I think we'll probably show this on the top-down camera, on Ryan's camera. This is the current state of the Blacksmith Pack 2, sort of. So you can see the...
This is from the 1.
Yeah, so that's the round counter, the metal round counter. And then we've got a 20-strong metal dial in there to kind of show how that works, but to show that the magnets work. And it is the same sort of like gloss finish, alloy finish that we put on the 20-strong Day Deluxe tracker. If you are familiar with that, you know that that thing is very, very sexy and looks great. So there may be some stretch goals or a stretch goal that applies directly to the Blacksmith Pack 2. So stay tuned for that to see if it gets unlocked. That was.
Were you on the overhead camera still, or did you?
I
did
don't know.
anyone
Probably,
see
I
you
don't know.
wink? Yeah.
I just winked. You know that I've told you before. If I'm winking at you, literally, that means it's a pun or something. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Definitely.
great. How many future expansions are there? That is TBD. That is TBD. We have things roughly planned out, but again, if this franchise continues to sell super well and continues to be very popular, continues to be well regarded, like obviously we want to keep making things as long as people are asking us for things. At least until we get to a point where we're really comfortable with where the content stands. There are some people who still want new Too Many Bones expansions, and again, I can't even imagine playing through everything that already exists, but people continue to ask. So we kept making stuff until we felt like, you know what, we're pretty much out of like inspiration here, and we felt like adding more content would be doing more harm than good potentially. So we got to that point and then we stopped. We're not to that point with Elder Scrolls yet. We think there's plenty more we can explore with this game and this game system. So we'll keep making stuff until you stop asking us to make stuff for it.
I have a Google sheet called Elder Scrolls Wave 3 worksheet that is a dumping ground for ideas already. So
Excellent. Excellent. We got a question for our good friend Logan Giannini. Hey, Logan, how you doing? I hope you're still in the chat watching this. Logan, if you did not know, certainly did plenty of work on the original Betrayal of the Second Era, and has now moved over to Fantasy Flight Games.
he did some stuff on this one too before he left.
I
Not
didn't
a
even know
ton,
that.
but yeah, he
Okay,
did
that's
like
awesome.
Werewolf and Thief, among other things.
Great. So Logan is over at Fantasy Flight Games now, working on Star Wars Destiny. Not Destiny. The not.
I can't think of what it's called.
Unlimited.
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 Thank
There
you.
it is. Yes,
I
thank
knew
you.
that.
But still, definitely appreciate Logan's work and Logan as a human being. And he was in the chat. He asked, as a stretch goal, can you make Ryan write an epilogue for every possible victory against each Deslandra with each starting race?
There's a reference to that you guys had me do that for the first Hoplo game. So it's funny actually because there is already an epilogue for all the end games. So I think what I would do probably is that like you could just add a little sentence to the end of every one of those where it's like after it's like, oh, Deslandra does that, and she's like, I can't believe I was taken down by a Khajiit or whatever. Like change the race, whatever the race is for whichever one.
Wow,
You are.
what a tremendous victory for that
Argonian,
Argonian.
yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I never knew a Breton could be that strong.
Yep.
And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you and your little Khajiits.
Yes, exactly. If I order the reprint of the base game today, when would you receive it? You would receive that in October, November of next year. That said, it will have all of the errata already included in it, rather than needing the sticker sheets for it. It is, however, available on our website right now for delivery like tomorrow. So that's the answer to that. Will Arvin's adventurous achievements ever be printed out on the glorious plastic sheets? I would say probably not. Couple of reasons for that. One being we may add to it now that we have a huge bevy of new content coming out. That is something that we may add more of, that obviously as it relates to the new regions, new skills, new Shadows of Oblivion, Werewolf Vampire, et cetera, et cetera. And two, the achievements are meant to be a true checklist, and checklists are meant to be written on. And unless this has changed recently, when the Egyptians, invented paper to write on, they did not invent plastic to write on, because presumably because they had plenty of plastic in ancient Egypt, but they couldn't write on it.
That was what all the pharaohs kept that stuff in the pyramids.
Yes.
It's too valuable.
There's actually a secret underground layer in all the pyramids that contains solid plastic bricks. This is the stupidest tangent I've ever been on. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was here late last night. No, that is genuinely, we intend for you to print off those achievements and actually mark them when you achieve them. So probably not. There may, again, in the future, there may be a point where we feel like, okay, this is everything that's ever going to be in this achievements list, and We may release it in some like slightly more deluxeified or advanced format.
You do a neoprene version where the little
Yeah,
like,
neoprene
stick
with pegs.
pegs in it.
Yeah, with pegs every time you choose something. No, but probably not, because again, that's not the intent. And again, we wanted to leave it open for expansion. I really love those achievements. I really love the amount of depth and challenge and variety it can add to this game. I think it makes it essentially infinitely replayable in a really compelling way. And I want, one of the best things about it is that we can add to it with relatively low effort because it's just a downloadable thing that you can always grab. So
Yeah, if we think of something else, we can add to it.
yeah, yep, absolutely. Is there a chance to shorten the campaign to 2 sessions? Not presently.
But one of those things we would think about doing in the future.
Yep.
You can just play 2 sessions and stop.
It's true.
Correct. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone can hear you, though, Carter. You're mic'd.
Yeah. Expansion content doesn't fit in the base box, correct? That is mostly correct, though we're examining some options for that. Josh Carlson was out in the main play area of our office kind of experimenting with some things and said if he came up with anything, he might pop in and just share. But that will be more coming on that when we talk about the Guild Vault in more detail and just how we feel the best way to store a lot of this stuff is with or without the Guild Vault. So talked about that already. Will the Hoppelmachus Victorum errata pack be available again in the shop? Almost certainly not. I already own Too Many Bones. Should I buy this? I don't know, man.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know, man. I can't make decisions in life for you. I would say essentially, there was a lot of talk about are you making Elder? We talked a lot about Elder Scrolls kind of being Too Many Bones 2.0, and it is in many respects. It is also a wildly different experience in a whole bunch of different ways. Now that the dust has kind of settled on Betrayal's release and its reception, I have seen, in the early going, it was like, oh my gosh, this improves so many things that I didn't like about Too Many Bones. I've also seen an equal number of people now, in retrospect, being like, I really like the one-shot nature of Too Many Bones and the sort of very self-contained adventure. It's a little bit easier to get to the table.
Really meaningful, individual movement, like that kind of a thing.
Right. So I think I genuinely, and whatever, this is the company line, so you can choose not to believe me if you want, because I'm a staunch corporate stooge at this point, who's been selling my CTG wares for 10 years to you. But genuinely, we did not intend to replace Too Many Bones in any way, shape, or form with Betrayal of the Second Era. We wanted to fix some things that we felt like were low-hanging fruit from Too Many Bones that, in retrospect, if we could go back, we'd maybe correct. But it's a very different experience. It's a much longer experience. It's a much more campaign-driven experience.
Customizable more.
It's much more customizable in your character. Certainly, there's not as much goofball humor and weird, quirky personality in this because it's an Elder Scrolls game. We're playing in somebody else's sandbox, and so this game obviously has that personality as opposed to our sort of CTG. Talking about plastic bricks in the basement of the pyramids personality. So yeah, it's a very different thing. It's a very different thing with a lot of recognizable DNA, obviously, but I can't answer that for you. There's so much gameplay and so many reviews of this game out there on the internet already that I would really just encourage you to check some of that stuff out, and if it looks appealing to you, I think you'll love it. I think you'll absolutely love it. That's what I would say. More questions from my friends. Yes, you can play this while eating hot dogs in a garage. And thank you for the compliments on my hair, Taylor. Are we ever getting dagger and spear weapon types?
There already are daggers in. There's daggers. So Elder Scrolls doesn't really have spear weapons in a real Elder Scrolls Online doesn't. And that's where we're pulling our weapons from. Obviously, we have Adric Spear as one of our skill lines, which is kind of giving you that vibe. There's already daggers in the game. They're just light weapon style, so you can already use those. you scroll up for a second to the.
Yes,
so
sorry.
someone's asking about. Please tell me there are no new keywords. The amount is kind of overwhelming to me. I believe what that probably is referring to is actually the enemy skills. So I can talk about that. So, we obviously there are a fair amount of enemy skills in the game right now. So the only new ones we added were the native ones because we want to have a new native ability for each. Region that you go into. And that was a very intentional choice. When we made the original list of skills, we were like, this is a bit on the big side. It's like there's certainly fewer of them than there are in like Too Many Bones by the time that got done. But we were like, we want to make these, we want to have enough of them. We don't want to have too many of them so they don't feel undigestible, which is why also like you can see that there's some of those skills are only for quest units, but we want them to still feel expansive enough that you're not going to get tired of them because we didn't want to keep on having to update the sheet every time with a bunch of new skills or changes or anything like that. So really the only plan would be that we're on that stuff is to create the new natives when we need to, and then there's a couple things like where you might see like a bespoke skill line that is available on like an enemy that comes in a Daedric Prince, and then they would have its own definition there. So, for example, I think that like the Shegarath, I was talking about the Shegarath enemies before. They have an ability called Slap, or at least it's called Slap right now. It might change, but like where it does damage to itself, basically, because that's the benefit is you have kind of a stupid enemy that goes in there. But generally speaking, no, we're not adding more enemy skills other than the native abilities, which we already had planned to do. So
Great. Any April Fool's content in the works for the Elder Scrolls? That is sort of top secret, but I can tell you that I don't think our April Fool's product for this coming April is going to be an Elder Scrolls product. No spoilers.
We certainly have talked about it though. There's lots of
that doesn't mean there will never be another Elder Scrolls.
Bethesda liked what we did with the cheese stuff. They thought it was funny. They were actually had a lot more feedback on it than we anticipated. So they were into the idea of us doing stuff like that. So we definitely have thoughts on other things we could do in the future.
Mm-hmm. I've never owned or used a CTG deluxe storage chest like Cloud Storage or Trove Chest. Are you supposed to store the magnet separately or have it always sticking out of the front? How do you open the chest if you lose the magnet? Couple things there. Generally, people stick the magnet to the front because the door itself has a metal sheet in it that you can that the magnet will stick to. Some people prefer to store the magnet on top or to the side of the chest. Kind of your prerogative on that. If you happen to lose the magnet, you would just contact support and we can help get you another one. But they are big and bulky and not exactly the type of thing that I would expect to randomly walk off. They stick to the drawers once the lid is out, so it's easy to just leave it attached to your chest. Some people have asked, that seems like a dumb gimmick to have the drawers open with a magnet instead of just a pull. And what we found was that especially any drawers that have chips or a bevy of neoprene in them, no matter where we placed a little pull, rivet or even a ribbon to pull on, we found that it was putting too much stress on the cardboard drawers, effectively, and possibly even that ribbon over a certain amount of time. And so the product wasn't going to hold up long term. And so what we did by putting a metal plate in the front of every drawer, a thin metal plate, and using the magnet that allows the proper amount of I don't understand physics really and
spreading the tension out
in engineering, yeah. But it effectively allows the drawers to open and not constantly be putting pressure and stress on the structure of the entire thing. So it is a neat little gimmick. It is kind of fun to use in its own novel way, but it is actually very much a solution to a major problem that we had with the original Too Many Bones Trove Chest that we had to figure out. And it just so happened that Josh Carlson's obsession, magnets, was the solution.
How did
We hit 900,000.
We have hit 900,000. We are breathing down the neck of $1 million.
What's the stretch goal for 900?
I have no idea.
900 is Somerset, new enemy, Wraith Shade.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, we're about 100K away from unlocking another class.
And
the
as it
Battle
tends to
Mage.
go, it seems like every time we hit like a new 100,000 mark, it seems like the pledges like speed up for a little while. It's weird. It's kind of like the stock market where there's like these psychological levels that stocks hit and bounce off of and that kind of thing. But Moskeoka mentioned on their developer side that they're going to ask us about the Guild Vault availability. Again, question, do you recommend we buy it now or wait for language partners? Again, we are going to make it available to all of our language partners, like full stop. Like it's not something we are intentionally trying to hold to ourselves or limit or any of that kind of thing. We just cannot guarantee the approach that any of our language partners are going to take. And so that's why we say we do recommend getting it here if you're unsure. If Moskeoka is out there saying they want to do it, I would say you're fine to wait until Moskeoka offers it. No stress, no fuss on our end. We're just trying to make the most concrete statements that we can make. And the most concrete statement that I can make to you right now is that I don't know what your preferred language partner will choose to do. And therefore, if you really want to guarantee that you get it, and you want to guarantee that you get it relatively soon, you have an option on this campaign to grab it now. That's what I would say to that. Again, I'm not trying to induce FOMO in any way, shape, or form. I just genuinely don't know what all of our partners are going to do. So, is there a full component list available to see all items and such added on this campaign? Not in terms of like the way that we do it in our rule books, where we show literally every component in the box. That's one, a bridge too far in terms of just the amount of time that it takes, but two, not everything has art or graphic design to it just yet, and therefore we can't really show something that hasn't yet been made in a consequential way. We would have to just show a placeholder to you. Generally speaking, if we have it made, we have it somewhere in the campaign right now, because we try to use every asset that we can to make the campaign look as beautiful and obviously finished as we possibly can. Could you make the metal day and XP counter have a magnet that works with the metal counter dice from the blacksmith pack? One, I don't think, no, is the short answer to that question.
We don't want it to.
Yeah, but you
come in,
don't.
Like, we want it to not have a magnet in it so you can adjust it.
Yeah, we want you to be able to rotate it very seamlessly and not have it just sit there and stick. Will there be more skill lines related to bow combat form, Ryan?
Just keep an eye out for stretch goals and stuff.
I like to store my dice nicely, quotes, nicely organized, which is not space optimized. Could you add dice trays as an add-on? I think we will be providing more dice trays in some capacity. I'm not sure if that will need to come with the Guild Vault or that will be something that we include with the new expansions or new print runs of even like Valen would in the future and that kind of thing. We are not going to make like something that is like this specific skill line gets just its own individual dice tray, just because that would be a lot. And I think the benefits of that would be minimal, and there would be even more table space needed. So still no chance for foreteller narration. It adds so much immersion. I'm sure the player base is big enough. So we, again, I've talked about this in the past. We came close to doing foreteller on the original campaign. I don't think it makes sense for the way that this game works. I think it would be kind of a pain to make foreteller really work for each of the random draw encounters and that kind of thing. I just don't know that this game is well set up for the way that works best with foreteller, which is for like longer stints of narrative and that kind of thing. So no, not in this campaign. It's also very expensive to do foreteller. Foreteller is a great company. They make really cool stuff. I just don't think that it is that it makes a ton of sense for what we're doing with this game.
Yeah, I know some people, you know, the narrative is not like as in depth as some other games, but like just the sheer amount of different things we have in here, like it is a huge cost because like there's a voluminous amount of flavor text in the game.
Yes. Yeah. What piece of content are you both individually most excited about? I'll let you answer that question first.
Well, if we're talking about like a product, I would say, I mean, I like all the products, but I I really am excited about the Elsewhere expansion. The different classes and skills we have planned for that are really cool. But also, I think we were kind of playing that one the other day, and I can talk about it a little bit because we have the stuff here. I can, if you want to move to the overhead camera. But we were talking about the other, and I think this
Real
is
quick.
Oh yeah,
While you talk about that,
yeah.
I'm going to go and use the bathroom
Okay,
real fast.
great.
I've drank a lot of fluids on
Yeah.
this.
I
will be right back.
So we were kind of playing it the other day. We were thinking like, oh man, I think this might be collectively our favorite of all the regions we've done so far. I think the quests in it are really cool, which we'll see. Well, I think we'll play one or two of them later on in not today, but like during this campaign, we'll play some of the quests. So you can see here, are we the overhead camera? Okay, so you can see that we've got the map here. This is of Elsewhere, and there is the overlay mechanic for this one is it's going to be a big dragon that is allied with Deslandra. The dragon's going to go here, and this number that you see here is tracking its overall health in the tens. And so, like, if I had, this is like our new orc, but let's say that this was a dragon, and he had like 45 health, and I drop him here, and you put the token here, and then you put 5 health here, so you can see that much health he has. And so the dragon is basically going to be following you around, basically over and it's trying to get close to you, and then you kind of have to choose whether or not you want to fight him or kind of try to escape from him or that kind of a thing. But you're going to be trying to kind of tink down his health over the course of the campaign, and the dragon itself is really, really difficult to fight, and so it really feels like a very kind of intimidating and epic thing when you have to encounter him. And then at the end of the sessions, depending on how the dragon's final HP will kind of like play into the final fight, essentially. So yeah, I think that one is really going to be fun for a lot of people. I think that is really going to be an overall mechanic that people are really into. And yeah, and then all the new stuff with it is really cool too. Like I think, trying to remember like what we included. We had to move some of the skills and stuff around, but I believe like soul magic, I think, and medium armor, I think, are the 2 skills that we've kind of shown off from that one at present. Those are both really cool, and I think the what is it? I think the thief and the Witch Hunter? I can't remember. But like those classes are really neat too. So I think that's a really cool one. But all the stuff is really neat. I'm very, very pleased with how it's all turning out. It's been really, really, really fun to make that stuff and to see people's reactions to it. So I can keep on answering questions while Gillian's gone. All right. So let's see. So have there been more stretch goals posted?
Yep.
Okay, so someone's asking, can you tell us more about the Swashbuckler class? I can. So that is kind of like a sort of a piratey-based thing. It's really, really well synchronized with light weapon, and you kind of get these things that are called, these tokens that are called. Now I'm forgetting what they're called right now. Salem would know, but they are tokens that basically you can put into your active slots when you exhaust dice from them, and then you can use those to reroll dice or to do lots of other things. And so they have kind of like the Arcanist, kind of they have their own individual resource that you can kind of spend on different things. They're really cool. Like they have like a thing that basically lets them like take a engage out of their turn to sort of riposte on somebody, things like that. They're really, really neat class. One of my favorite of the new ones. So.
Did you just answer about the Swashbuckler
Yes,
class?
yes.
Okay. Can we get a stream where Gilly explains physics? We'll look into that. Probably.
Oh yeah, thank you. So it's yes, the tokens for the Swashbuckler are called Moxie tokens. I couldn't remember what they're called, but yes, that's what they're called.
Moxie tokens. I think you did an excellent job delivering the Elder Scrolls world with Chip Theory Games gameplay. Will you ever do other Bethesda IPs like Fallout or Starfield? And then just another question too about 20 Strong. So again, we've talked about that at length. We are fully and completely focused on Betrayal of the Second Era right now. We have been asked so many times about Fallout, and Fallout is kind of experiencing a fun renaissance right now with the Amazon Prime series and all of that kind of thing. we don't have any inside information on what the future of Fallout video games looks like or anything. So nor do we really have any inside track on the future of Elder Scrolls video games. But what I would say is, again, we hope to do 20 strong Elder Scrolls. We have not signed it. We have not pitched anything to Bethesda other than like a rough, like, back of the napkin, like, hey, could we do that? And they were like, talk to us. Like, we're interested if you're interested. We just haven't had time to like really pull that together with all the other stuff that's been flying around. In terms of Fallout, it would be fun to work in the Fallout universe. We are not presently working on anything Fallout related. We are not looking to get a Fallout game signed. We've got other like big original IP that we are more focused on working on right now. I would say anything else that we did with other Bethesda IP would likely come when we are like satisfied with the totality of what we've done for the Elder Scrolls. This game takes a lot of resources to work on. It's a big, 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 heavy game that, you know, has taken the majority of our development room's time for the last like 4 years. So jumping into another giant licensed IP game is not something that we're necessarily like super active to do. And while I do think it would be like a guaranteed kind of like cash cow for us, and there's something really, really cool and like comforting about that. We talk a lot about how we are constantly balancing like the commercial needs of the company and the economic needs of our company versus the creative desire to work on the unique and interesting and weird things. So like, even the fact that we're doing, you know, 3 Awakened Realms collaboration, 20 Strong decks isn't some indication that we're going to just constantly be doing licensed 20 Strong decks. It's just, one, there's a cool like commercial opportunity there, right? Because Nemesis is maybe right now the biggest franchise in like the heavy tabletop hobby space. We really like Nemesis, but too, it was just like good synergy. We work with GameFound a lot. We know a lot of the folks at Awakened Realms through the GameFound relationship as well, and it makes a lot of sense. But we still want to make our own really unique and creative 20 Strong decks as well. We're just kind of always balancing that. We wanted to do the conclusion of Cloudspire for a really long time. We had to find a spot in our schedule that made economic sense for us to do it as well. So, I don't know. There's also, we've talked about this before too, but like doing the Fallout world justice almost requires it to be a sort of like mature R-rated game. And we've never really done anything that was like in that vein before. Like I think almost everything we've ever done has been, you know, PG-13 at most, and usually like PG and even G rated.
Tangled is pretty R-rated though.
So like there's a conversation to be had there too about like, do we want to make a game that is like, to do it justice, we feel like we would really need to make it a kind of R-rated game. And there's a part of that would be really fun, and then there's a part of that we're like, is that audience betrayal to some extent? I don't know. A lot of thoughts on that, but certainly we've talked about it. Certainly we've thought about it. Certainly we love the Fallout universe. It's really cool. It's really fun. Well, fun might be the wrong word. It's really amusing and really unique, and there's a lot of cool things about it. I don't know if we'll ever go that route or not. In the same way that we feel like doing a Too Many Bones sequel eventually is like kind of a guaranteed like success at some level, that, you know, doing a Fallout game also feels a little bit like, man, if we're ever really in need of like something that we know is going to move the needle, we feel like Bethesda would likely be open to it, but we're not presently exploring it. That's a really long answer to that question, sorry. But yeah, right now, entirely focused on this right here. And we hope to do 20 Strong, Elder Scrolls, and then from there we will see once we eventually find time in our schedule to get that out there. Any plans for a Clockwork City expansion, Ryan?
Not right now, but that's certainly the kind of thing that we've talked about as like a, once the regions are done, like what do we do after that? Because Clockwork City is really cool, obviously. I think, you know, I am the guy who worked on this who was not really an Elder Scrolls player before I started working on it, and I played a bunch of all the games to kind of research and stuff. And Morrowind, the game Morrowind is probably my favorite of them. I just like how weird that game is, and so I think that would be a really cool milieu, but not planned right now, but certainly a thing that could happen.
Question here about deluxe adventure inventories. They are the same as was offered on the original campaign. Is the cheese add-on just a fun add-on, or are you supposed to add all the cheeses to the items? You are technically supposed to add them all. They do, I think, as a net whole, make the game a little bit easier because you do get to draw another one. And I mean, again, we were talking about getting clogged up with cheese. That is kind of the joke in terms of how that item works a little bit with adding fatigue in exchange for healing one. Yeah. But yes, they are. I mean, it is cheeky. So one of the origin of that expansion was basically when the original campaign launched, and when we originally announced even that we were going to be working on an Elder Scrolls game. The comments immediately started rolling in of, yeah, but in your game, will I be able to acquire 100 wheels of cheese, of identical wheels of cheese, and keep them in my house? And so this was kind of a cheeky way of us being like, now you can collect a whole ton of cheeses and just hang on to them. And that's why it was an April Fool's product. So it is a functional gameplay item. Yes, you do just add all of the cheese into your item deck. That's what that item and that add-on is all about. Will you all do more podcasts like you did with Whose Turn Is It Anyway? That was an awesome listen. Thanks for saying that, and thanks for listening to that. I know Whose Turn It Is Anyway is not one of the hugest board game podcasts out there, but we really love those guys, and they really love our stuff, and so that was really fun to talk with them. I have been on the Board Game Barbecue podcast. Shout out to Jules and the team over there. And we're open. I think any of us are. Have you done? You did a lore-based podcast,
yeah,
right?
Actually, it's so I don't know. I think it might be out this week. I did an interview with Imperial Knowledge, which is a Elder Scrolls lore YouTube channel. So, talked with him for quite a while about various things that go into the writing of the game and how that integrates with the story and that kind of a thing. So, we like doing that kind of thing. If people ask us to do it, I think we'd be happy to do it. So.
Do you plan on any more pocket/small games like Dragon's Stone after the success of that campaign? I would say we are exploring. We're exploring that idea. Part of it will come down to how well Dragons sells once it's out. And I know somebody else. Asked earlier in the. Early in the questions, and I don't think I answered it, when is Dragons coming out? We're waiting to hear on when it's getting on a boat. Production should be finishing up on it any day. The boxes for it were delayed because of the typhoons in China, and so that has delayed assembly just slightly. I think I covered that in an update a week or two ago. But those should be done soon, and we're hoping to sell it for Black Friday. It's going to be tight. We would love to do more pocket games. We just think they're a fun novelty, and certainly working with Joe Clipful has been a lot of fun. He's got some other really cool designs that we have in front of us, and certainly have an opportunity to work with. A lot of it, though, it was a very successful campaign in terms of quantity of backers, but obviously the revenue ceiling on those products has a limit when it's $15. So it's going to have to sell well into perpetuity in order for that to make economic sense for us. We launched that first one as a campaign simply to kind of give it the most amount of visibility that we could. We don't have a space in our campaign schedule, though, to be doing a pocket game every single year, simply because the amount of work that goes into a campaign is astronomical, and therefore the ceiling of what we can raise in revenue needs to match the amount of work that goes into it, if that makes sense. So we would love to do more. We would absolutely love to do more. And I know Joe's got another very well-regarded game called Behold Rome that we have checked out, and we're certainly taking a look at that one. No promises on that. We haven't signed it. But we're just kind of waiting to see how things go once that game is out, because those are products that need to succeed much more at the retail level than they do at the campaign level, especially since there's obviously a limit to what we can do with stretch goals which on Dragons was none, 0 stretch goals. So anyway, there you go. There should be just a note. There should be an Imperial Knowledge video going up this week.
That's
with
the
more,
interview thing.
Yeah, that Ryan did an interview with. They have apologized for the delay in getting that video out, but it should be coming out this week, and that is something that Ryan will be featured on. So, note. Oh, I scrolled down too fast. Okay. Out of curiosity, were you approached by Bethesda, or did you approach them to create Betrayal of the Second Era? And was there a different vision with the game at the start? My gosh, I could probably talk about this for an hour, and I'm not going to. But yeah, the really short version, and it's still going to be a long answer, but the short version of how this all came to be was essentially Andrew Navarro, now working at Earthborn Games. Shout out to Andrew if he happens to be watching. We just saw him a couple weeks ago. He popped in. Andrew Navarro, former head of studio at Fantasy Flight Games, and he worked with Bethesda on the Fallout game. He was breaking off from Fantasy Flight to start Earthborn Games, effectively, but he wanted a stopgap in between while he kind of got his own studio off the ground. So he basically stopped in through a mutual connection and was like, hey, you should hire me. And we were like, oh, yeah? And he was like, yeah. And we were like, why? And he was like, because I could get you Elder Scrolls, because I know people at Bethesda. And we were like, what? He was like, I think Too Many Bones' systems would work incredibly well in a game set in the Elder Scrolls universe. And we were like, we're just a fairly small mom and pop shop. That would be transformational. And then he started spinning yarns about how Fantasy Flight grew, leaps and bounds once they got like the Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones and Star Wars licenses and all of those types of things. And we were like, this seems like something we should take a shot at. So we put together a pretty basic like pitch to Bethesda, and they loved it. And so then we were off to the races. Now, what we were not prepared for is the fact that we have historically been a very Wild West company that does what we want when we want to. Many of you have heard this story before. We decide one week we want to sell a pop-up book and we start taking pre-orders for it a couple weeks later, right? That's how we operate.
Less now, but it's hard.
Yeah, well, that's how we did operate.
Harder
Yeah.
to do that now that the company's bigger.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do that with a license, and I think we were really naive and stupid, to be totally honest, with our expectations of how that would all go down. Is this the game that we originally pitched? No. In some cases, that's because of changes that Bethesda wanted us to make or ZeniMax wanted us to make. And in some cases, it's because stuff that we originally pitched just wasn't working. It's kind of a variety and scattershot thing. But ultimately, this is still pretty close to the vision that we originally pitched, at least once we got into the guts of developing the game, but there are certainly some differences in terms of what was pitched. Something that's interesting about working with a license, and I don't know if this would be for every license in the world, but I know this was the case in working with Bethesda. We expected them to want a much more buttoned up prototype of how the game literally played in the very early going, and that was really actually secondary. What they were much more focused on was like, how are you representing our lore? How are you representing our world? How are you representing our art, our characters, and that sort of thing?
The vibe.
And the vibe, yeah. And the other thing is just that like most of us had not really played Elder Scrolls Online when we originally were pitching this game. Most of us were coming from Morrowind and Skyrim and Oblivion. And the game we pitched was a game that explored all of Tamriel. We were like, we don't want to be confined to just Skyrim or just Morrowind or whatever. We want to go everywhere. And they were like, cool. What era of Tamriel do you want to be operating in? And we were like, we don't really know what that means. We're dumb. And they were like, okay, well, the only game that you can go everywhere in is Elder Scrolls Online, and that takes place in the second era of Tamriel. And we were like, oh, okay. And so, like, there was a lot of, like, we had to learn a lot is ultimately what I would say, to like be able to put this game together in a way that made sense both with the license and with what we wanted to do. And I think originally we were kind of like, well, we don't know ESO. We don't want to work with ESO. We want to do the single player stuff that we're more familiar with. And as we've learned more and more about like the totality of Elder Scrolls lore and the totality of the games and ESO and that kind of thing, it absolutely made the most sense for us to be operating in this way. It was, and we pushed back against that in the early going and had to learn how to do this whole thing. Working with license is a lot more complicated than writing stupid dad jokes on loot cards in a Too Many Bones game, is what I would say. So, yeah.
I want to talk about the green balance if you want.
Sure. Yeah. What is the new green balance skill line?
Yeah, so that was unlocked at 500K, I believe. So awesome. So I did bring it here. Again, I have all these like kind of crappy printouts because we actually don't have very many of the nice printouts of like the existing stuff, and then we don't have any of the nice printouts of like the stretch goal stuff. But basically, green balance is a stamina-based healing line that is also has some other effects. Basically, how it works is that you are dropping these sort of like plants or kind of fungus or things like that they're represented by dice onto the battle mat, and they will have like kind of ongoing passive effects that allow you to like heal or to recover, to like reduce defense on enemies or things like that. And then if they're walked over by like another player, they're basically picked up and put back into the cooldown of, or recovered. I can't remember now. We've made a couple changes to that over the course of playtesting, but basically you get them back if you get walked over, and so you can kind of like put them out, pick them up, put them back down, and it's kind of a cool way of like. I think that was one of the big things we talked about when we were kind of designing this stuff was there should be a stamina-based way to do healing as opposed to right now. Restoring Light is kind of the main way to do healing as far as the skill line goes. So we wanted to have a stamina-based way to do it, and we wanted to have that kind of feel very different to how it works with Restoring Light. So that was kind of what we kind of settled on, and I think it's a really interesting, one of the more like kind of unique mechanically skills in the game. So we tried to like kind of come up with a lot of things that are not overly fiddly, but are like new ways to think about the dice, new ways to use them, and also kind of hopefully new ways to encourage new kinds of builds. Like for example, like with Adric Spear, like that one is keyed in to your magic, even though it is also a stamina-based line. It's also keyed into like combat dice. It can be, so like there's lots of different ways to build that out and make your whole build feel really different. Like it's probably the first time that some people will be like having a melee build that like whether using like a high elf, which has a really high starting magicka staff, for example. So trying to come up with lots of cool ways to think about those things.
Another request for like a separate player aid pack. If that is something that you're interested in, keep shouting about it. I use this term lovingly, keep complaining about it. And if that's something that we hear enough of, if that's something we hear enough shouting about, we may consider doing something along those lines. Any plans to release a video or more media showing off the Guild Vault? We don't have a prototype of it yet. Again, these are things that get made well into the campaign. If we haven't convinced you yet, that's fine. We will. Certainly by the time the Pledge Manager closes, there will be way more info on the Guild Vault. We just don't have it right now. So these are renders that we have, and we will be moving into prototyping in a few months probably. So it's not something that's coming anytime soon. Somebody requesting more detail about certain aspects of the game. We will be handling as much of that as we can via updates. The campaign page, as you can see already, is about 12 miles long. That's an estimate. It might be like 13 miles long. I'm not exactly sure. Basically, like there's only so much detail we can go into in a given section of the campaign before it just becomes kind of overwrought. And so, yeah, essentially, like just stay tuned for updates. And to the extent that we can, we'll be talking much more about individual skill lines, the Guild Vault, and then we'll be showing a lot more gameplay, as things move forward as a part of the campaign. So, can you confirm or deny that Todd Howard has played Betrayal of the Second Era? I genuinely do not know. We have heard veiled comments that have implied that Todd is aware of the game and is impressed with the game. But none of them have been like directly attributed, so I can't. I don't want to put words in Todd Howard's mouth, but that's the most I can say about that. I genuinely am not sure if he's literally played the game or not. That's a good question. Just receiving word that Brothers Murph have still not received their stuff, and due to the very long length of the stream, we are going to officially delay that stream to tomorrow. So just FYI, we're going to wrap up this Q&A. And do we want to bring Salem in for some more Q&A at some point? I'm not sure.
Andrew?
We can follow up with a little like gameplay.
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
we'll show a little bit of gameplay and talk through a couple things after we're done with these. And we're almost through all the questions for the record. So can we get a better solution for the cards? They explode everywhere when I try to take them out. Probably not. At least not as a part of this campaign.
The Guild Vault will have some nice ways to store cards, though.
Yes. Question here just about the criticism of Roth. I've heard nothing but praise for Roth's PvP. I know the solo and co-op has gone over with mixed reviews and mixed results. We are looking at that. We're looking at the rules to solo co-op to see if there's some tweaks that we can make that will improve that experience. I think also people are starting with a scenario that is like especially punishing, which has not been great, but overall, we're thrilled with the reception of Roth, especially at the PvP level, and there will be more news and notes on that coming in the near future. So, yeah, certainly looking at how we can address some of the points that people have not been as fond of. So, okay. So with the TMB Trove chest, it's so heavy and large, I'm always concerned it's going to be damaged when transporting to my local game store. Yeah, don't bring it there. One feature that we added actually to like both Too Many Bones and Elder Scrolls is that when you purchase it, it comes in a box. That was one thing that we were pretty passionate about, was including a box with your base game. And that...
I told him not to.
Yeah,
Well,
Ryan tried to stop us,
too
but
expensive.
we still, against Ryan's judgment, better judgment, we still included a box with it. And one thing that box can be used for is actually transporting the game. I'm being cheeky here. When the Trove chest was originally requested, because that wasn't something that we originally were planning on doing, but when the content got to a level that people were like, we need a better way to organize this and a better way to, and it should be deluxe, and it should, there's 50 pounds of content or more in the Too Many Bones universe. A box that holds it all is never, ever going to be both structurally sound and transportable in any capacity. We could come out with a backpack for it. It would still be rickety because there's so much weight in there and it's held together with glue, y'all. We could make a hardwood box that is a piece of fine furniture and charge you all $1,000 for it, but that's obviously absurd and impossible. So, So then we kept telling people, you don't want this. You think you want this. You don't want this. And everybody's like, no, we seriously, we want it. And then we made it. And then a year later, when people got it, it's like, I need a box to transport this game to my local game store. And we were like, it came with one. But I get it. Expansions and you want to bring all the content. You want to bring all the options. I get it. There's just, this stuff is heavy. There's not a great solution for that.
If you do retain your box, so I'll say that it's going to use, I believe, the current dice trays that we use in the box. In the box itself that the Guild Vault will. It also is going to have basically, for those of you who have the Too Many Bones chest, and there's kind of the Tyrant trays. We're doing a similar thing with that for the regions. So if you know what region you want, you can grab that. You can grab the Gazetteer, and then the main thing you're going to be doing then is kind of getting the enemies and the items and the skills stuff, and then if you, especially if your test is, or if your team knows what classes they want to be and stuff, you can grab those classes. So it still should be, hopefully the additional ability to table a game will still help you in transporting only part of it if that's what you want to do. And obviously there is still there are still potential issues with that if you're not bringing everything with you. Like there could be a card that calls for like a question that you don't have or whatever. But that is a thing you could think about doing. Like it is going to be easier to table with the things, so potentially you could not have to take all of it if you know you're not going to be playing out of a different gazetteer or whatever.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. Any thoughts on TMB Trophy Chest warping? If you've got any issues with any component, if it's warping, if it's falling apart, like whatever, contact our customer support. Again, within reason, we will assist in whatever way we can. Again, we stand behind our products. We charge a lot for our games, and one of the benefits of that is that allows us to be able to offer like really bang up customer support. So contact support if you're having any issues with any previous Trove chests or any other issues with your chip theory games. We are here to help and assist. Okay, any plans on expanding Alchemy?
So, I think some people know that we had thought of making a crafting expansion for the first wave of content, and we didn't because we couldn't come up with something that wasn't annoying. We kind of had a lot of like, oh, well, maybe like you can deconstruct the cards and the cards have symbols in the back and you kind of like stack them up and you can make new stuff. And we were just like, this is so fiddly and we're making so much stuff already that like let's not do this right now. And then I think during the course of making this stuff, we started having another idea of, oh, maybe you could do it this way. And so we do have an idea for doing it. It doesn't mean that it will absolutely happen, but I think that we have a pretty solid working idea, and so it's certainly something we're considering for the future. Again, not for this campaign, but like obviously crafting is a big part of like these games, and that's something that a lot of people are really excited by the idea of doing. And so it's a thing that I think we'd like to do if we can come up with a good way to do it. We think we have a possible way, so it's something that we'll be working on. Again, like among other things, like things that we are like, okay, this is a good thing for like if there's a campaign 3, doing a campaign 3, or for just releasing it by itself. So, and Alchemy would certainly be part of that. So yeah, certainly something we're thinking about.
All right. Yeah. Any plans on releasing a platinum or alloy trove chest?
So someone asked about Latinum also, which I like as a Star Trek fan.
I don't. Oh, I thought that was misspelled platinum.
Okay. Well, if it was Latinum is a material that has a high monetary value in Deep Space Nine. So I appreciate it. Yeah.
I sure love Star Trek.
Yeah.
That's one thing I really enjoy a lot.
I do.
We have a running feud both about Ryan's enjoyment of the Star Wars prequels and his enjoyment of Star Trek, both of which I loathe.
It's a running feud because I have taste.
Precisely. There you go. Will the pledge tiers cost more after the campaign? I doubt it, but I can't answer that. Sometimes things will get added, or we'll get a quote back on something that is like materially more expensive than what we expected. I think we have quotes in for pretty much everything already, so I don't expect that to happen. But I never promise specifically any of that. Like if again, sounds like they're not going to happen, but Lord knows. We have no idea what our president will implement in terms of imports in the near future or even in the distant future. And so, I can't account for some of those things that are outside of our control that might cause us to need to increase costs in one capacity or another. But that said, we are not anticipating an increase in price moving forward. But one of the benefits of pledging during the campaign as opposed to after, one, you get your stretch goals or your stretch pay going earlier, so your payments can be more bite-sized, which can be effective. And then two, obviously, you are able to help us unlock more stretch goals, which get added permanently to products for everyone forever, which is fun, and that's a part of really. We pride ourselves on involving the community, and our stretch goals. They're not smoke and mirrors. They are genuinely things that we need to raise certain amounts of money in order to include in the game. And so we would really like to fully stretch this campaign. Certainly hope and expect that we will, but we will see how things go in the coming days.
And we appreciate your support too. You know, it's like obviously it's the support is appreciated no matter when you pledge, but it's like we do the crowdfunding campaigns like this for a reason, which is that like these are expensive things to make, and we have a lot of expenses as a company, and so you know it's not like we're doing bad or anything like that, but it's like we do rely on these things, and like so it is at a time where there is some economic uncertainty about board games in particular, but just generally like we really appreciate when people support us. So thank you very much. Like,
yes, yeah, absolutely. You know, there's been lots of think pieces and you know, internet philosophers in all sorts of board game Facebook groups and blogs and all over the place, like, you know, speculating about how, you know, especially I think a company of our stature, you know, that has released plenty of successful products, you know, like they can't possibly still need crowdfunding. Like it's all a scam. They could easily release that without crowdfunding, and it's, you know, whatever, that shame on them basically for still exploiting those platforms. And I will say,
not true.
Unequivocally, that is not true. That is absolutely 100% not true. And even if we wanted to try and pivot to that at this point, based on our sales, you know, because we've released a handful of things just like straight to retail, not many, but a few. The things that go on campaigns sell so much better than the things that we tend to release just cold into. And you know, Tanglewood's Rose will be the first thing that we've done in a while that is like sort of a major like headliner product being released direct into retail, but or direct to our website. But we need crowdfunding. We do. We genuinely need it. And on big expensive things like this, there's almost no way to properly forecast a print run on something as expensive as Betrayal of the Second Era accurately without crowdfunding. That alone is priceless, but also these games are so expensive to make. The Guild Vault is so expensive to print. So like we do need crowdfunding, believe it or not. And yeah, like you can choose not to believe that, that's fine, but it remains the truth. Certainly smaller products like Dragons of Etchenstone, yeah, we could probably afford to do that, but we didn't know if there was going to be demand for a pocket-level chip theory product either. So forecasting how many people wanted to purchase that was also like a very, very big question mark. And the board game industry has been evolving rapidly. There's so many things out there now that it's actually like, it's harder than ever to release something that has a long sales tail on it. This industry has transitioned so much into like cult of the new that like it's hard to be more than a flash in the pan with anything you release. Honestly, like it's very, very challenging, and so campaigns allow you to kind of stay in front of people for a longer amount of time, and hopefully shed more love and light and attention on the thing that you're trying to make. Rather than it truly being a flash in the pan where it's like, that released at Gen Con last year. Does it still even exist? Can you still even buy it? I remember that was like the hottest thing in the world for 2 weeks. And now, does anyone care? I mean, I look at things even that like I picked up at Gen Con a year and a half ago, like Rock Hard 1975, which is a really like fun and interesting worker placement game. It doesn't do anything like crazy innovative, but it's a really cool like theme, especially as a musician. I haven't heard anybody talk about it in a year and a half. Like I haven't heard.
It wasn't. No one talked about it at Gen Con this year.
And it's not a bad game.
It was such a Gen Con game the year before.
Yeah, like, and it didn't light the world on fire. Like I get that, but like it's not a bad game at all. It's a good game, and it's gone. Like, does anyone care at all anymore? Bottom line, crowdfunding allows us to kind of, again, stay in front of our community and get people more invested, hopefully, in what we're doing. It's an important thing that we do here. So yeah, that's a really long soapbox to just say we appreciate you all so much. Your pledge now, as opposed to later and in the pledge manager, that kind of thing, really means a lot, and it helps us out a ton. So we are about to go over $1 million. We're at 999. There it is. Woo!
Battle Mage unlocked.
Yes, Battle Mage unlocked. We are less than 4 hours into this campaign, we have hit $1 million. That is incredible. Thank you all. I mean, that's a perfect kind of celebration, right on the back of my long soapbox. So, Ryan, have you played Star Trek Captain's Chair?
No, but I actually just had some people out to this office a couple weeks ago to play Star Trek. What's it? I'm forgetting all names of everything. I love this game too. I can't think of what it's called. Well, yeah, sorry, Star Trek Ascendancy, which from Gale Force 9, which is a huge 4X game. It's got a really interesting board where it doesn't actually have a board, but it has the size of it depends on your play space. So I wanted to play it here on our huge gaming tables. That was really fun. So that's a great Star Trek game.
Do you think it didn't include a traditional board because of how bored people are when they watch Star Trek?
I will say I have said very fruitlessly here that I would love to make a licensed Star Trek game here. I know that there's not a ton of interest with all the higher up people who work here. After playing Ascendancy, I was like, man, I don't know if I need to do this as much anymore because they did such a good job with it. Although if we ever got the license for Star Trek 20 Strong, I'll be all over that.
I know there's a ton of Star Trek fans out there. I would never be opposed to Chip Theory actually doing that. I just would have no interest in working on it. But I don't really work on the games all that much anymore anyway, so that's fine. It probably doesn't actually even matter to me. On that point, if you could do any IP, this is a question that somebody asked, any IP that you would love to do a game for and didn't have to consider the paperwork or licensing or any of that kind of thing, what would that be for you? Would that be Star Trek for you?
Yeah, I'd say probably Star Trek, and then a couple other things that and I'm going to say these things with this is not at all saying that we are working on these things, but a couple of things I've kind of put out that I think would be really fun to work on that I think would actually fit the company really well would be if we did James Bond or this is a little violence maybe kind of in that the Fallout area, but I think John Wick could be kind of an interesting one as well. I think those are really fun. To me, as somebody who loves a lot of creative works, but I think sometimes when you talk about licensing stuff, there's a bit of people being well, I like this thing and so I want more of this thing. And I think that there are some properties that lend themselves to that better than other things. Because I think there are some things for example, not to say that no one has ever made a good Muppet thing after Jim Henson died, but I think you have things like that where it's so tied to that particular person's sensibilities. I would say something like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is like that too, where it's I love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but has anyone really been able to get a handle on
Capture that
yeah,
essence,
since Douglas Adams? I don't know about that, but then there's other things that I think that there is part of the beauty of that thing has been the amount of people who have worked on it and kind of all contributed to the idea. So those are three things I think we could do a really good job on and that I think would be really fun to work on.
Yeah. I've answered this question many times before, and my answer is as niche as ever. But so one of my favorite properties on Earth is the Mother series from Nintendo, with the most notable game in that series being Earthbound. And the writing in Earthbound is exceptionally goofball and quirky. And actually, playing through that game in middle school and high school really informed my own sense of humor and my own writing sensibilities, and a lot of the really goofball stuff in Too Many Bones that
explains so much.
Yeah, that I wrote that I wrote in those earlier days of TMB and Chip Theory. It's honestly it's heavily inspired by Earthbound. I know Undertale and now Deltarune are also heavily inspired by Earthbound as well. And so that would probably be a much more realistic thing to eventually reach out and try to grab than Earthbound, since Nintendo won't even release Mother 3 in America. But yeah, that would be, for me, that would be my kind of dream franchise. I'm a huge Super Mario fan, but I don't think that would translate to a really good board game. So that's not a franchise I think I would ever
What if we made a Mario Party board game?
Yeah, I see. Well, yeah. I don't like the board game aspect of Mario Party, though. So I like the mini games. That's it. So 20 strong deck storage has space for 20 decks. So there will be a few more coming. Yes. 100% yes. Including Cloudspire and Tanglewoods, and then the 3 that are coming next year as part of our Awaken Realms campaign.
Lots of other ideas, too.
All right. This one is noted as maybe their favorite question so far from our production team. Hey, dude, what should I buy for this time? I bought the first run already. Buy it all. Easy answer. Easy answer. Me and the other players are going to fight over who gets to pick the Fennec Fox first. How do I peacefully mediate between them? Probably a game of Roth.
Yeah. I was gonna say
That's
you
not
could-
peaceful. That's just straight up area control war. But you know,
You could offer like the Morthal or the dog with like the cool rum thing from the original game. You could offer that as compensation, or like if you've seen the Abyssal Tome Shell, like the book with tentacle pet that is also in this round of stuff. You could offer them that. Like there's some other cool looking pets.
I think the art for that is at the bottom near the shipping section.
Yes, I
it's
believe
one
so.
of the weirder, gnarlier pieces
Yeah.
of art.
We did a lot of like going through all the pets in ESO and trying to pick the ones that we thought that would be the coolest to see Yoan draw.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick update on the Brothers Murph. Provided that everything arrives today or tomorrow, they will be going live tomorrow on their channel at 9:30 p.m. Pacific time, which is 10:30 a.m. Central time, which is 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. If you're watching in Europe, it's some point in time in Europe.
11:30 a.m. Central Time, not 10:30.
What did I say?
You said 10:30.
Did I say? Sorry, 11:30 Central Time.
You also said 9:30 p.m.
Oh, that's good. I'm seeing okay. Let's try that again. Update on the Brothers Murph and their full campaign stream tomorrow that will be integrating new content. Again, delayed from today because their stuff did not arrive quite in time. It will be going live tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. That is 11:30 a.m. Central time. That is 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. And if you're in Europe, I have no idea what time that is. It is at some time.
Later.
Later.
Or earlier? Because
yeah.
the Greenwich, I'm not sure.
I think Germany, if I remember right, Germany is 7 hours ahead of us from our trips to Essen. I'm trying to
Okay.
remember. I can't. So, yeah. Anyway.
Greenwich Mean Time
Yeah.
is 5 hours ahead of us.
Okay, yeah. 5 hours ahead of us. So 7 hours ahead. So that would be, like what, 4:30 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah. All right, we are running out of questions. This is the last one that there's two here. Will there be an opportunity to add any Cloudspire or Too Many Bones or anything else in the Pledge Manager? No, there will not. Our products have become too
Numerous.
expansive and numerous to basically allow things to be added in the Pledge Manager in a big shipment. The last time we did that was the original Elder Scrolls campaign, and it prolonged fulfillment to the end of time, essentially, because it's just there were too many configurations. In order to ease the burden on both our own fulfillment staff and our fulfillment houses across the world, our partners like Spiral Galaxy, who do an incredible job, we have limited all Pledge Managers to products exclusively as a part of this IP. So it will be Elder Scrolls and Elder Scrolls only on this Pledge Manager. So, and then the last question I believe we've got is just a question on the Fur and Fang Combat and Peaceful cover cards. Why did we originally decide that you can see an upcoming event?
Well, you can't mechanically see an upcoming event. Like, you can see the name of the card, and I guess you could like squint and see what the flavor text would be. But this was just sort of a thing that people were asking us. Well, what if I think similar some people who played Too Many Bones started like, what if I memorize does by the name, And so like, okay, well, yeah, that's if that's a potential issue, like then we can throw these in front of there, and that's like it's not a necessary thing, but it could be a nice thing for people. I think for me, the one that it will be the best to cover up is like the peace and quiet peaceful encounter, which is the one where if you flip it over, then it's actually a combat encounter to surprise you. So it'll be nice to not know if
Spoilers.
that's coming. Yeah, sorry. Game's been out for a while, but But yeah, so not like a real necessary thing, and you already can't see them. Like that's the reason why the card tray is organized like that, is so you can't see what the encounter is actually going to require you to do. But if you played the game a lot and you recognize, oh, okay, well the well of life is actually does this thing, that now you won't be able to see that if you choose not to want to see it. So
Yeah, I think what I would say too is, there was a question earlier about like how close does the current game adhere to like your original pitch for it, essentially. And the original pitch for the game had a couple different, had more encounter cards, or more types of like encounter cards and things than even ended up being in the game. We had like this idea that, I picture like the big zoom out when you're playing Skyrim, and you can kind of zoom out to the map and it like pulls you out, and you can see the entire realm of Skyrim. And so our idea was like there would be a deck that operated at that level, and then you would zoom in and there'd be a deck that operated at like the regional level, and then there'd be a deck that operated at like the exact site level. And there's still elements of that obviously in the overland encounters and the delve cards and that kind of thing. But the idea was kind of that like if you could see the title at the top of any of those decks, you had an idea of what was coming up, and it kind of functioned as like your eyes looking ahead, like over the horizon. You kind of can see what's coming to an extent, but you obviously can't see the mechanics exactly that you're going to be interacting with if you flip that card over. And so that was kind of the thesis there, because we talked about that a decent amount. But whatever. That's always been a thing with Too Many Bones too. Like the original Too Many Bones release, you could see we didn't have a cover card on top of the encounter deck. There were some people that liked that and felt like it allowed them to plan a little bit better, and then there were some people that hated that and felt like it was a massive spoiler. Play how you want.
Yep.
Play how you want. It would be my answer to that question. But the original idea was that you can kind of see what's ahead a little bit, just like when you are standing, at the top of a hill in any Elder Scrolls game. You can kind of see what's down there. You can see if there's a giant mammoth walking around. You can see if there's draugrs coming for you. But you don't always know exactly what's going to happen if you go walk down to that specific location. Hopefully that makes sense. So, all right. I think that is all the questions that we have. I think we're going to invite Salem in here. I think we'll take a 5-minute break. We're going to kind of take a bio break for ourselves, give Ryan a break for his voice, allow him to grab a drink. And then we'll be back with a little bit of gameplay, and we're going to allow Salem to explain some things, maybe give you some more insights into the development of this stuff. I'm going to go and find out if anything's on fire. Is anything on fire? Let me know in the chat if anything's on fire. Don't let me know because I'm going to walk away in 2 seconds. But I'm going to go into, as we always do, the afternoon of a campaign launch. We go into triage mode and try to address anything that maybe is unclear on the campaign or that people have requests for or comments about. So that's what I'm going to go do, hunker down and maybe make some campaign adjustments. We're sitting here at $1,023,000. Thank you so much already for everything that you've pledged for this game. We're so excited about this new content. We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes, and Salem's going to replace me. You'll see me around.
I think Andrew's going to replace me as well. So
okay, yeah. You'll see me around throughout the campaign. There will be updates coming that are going to illuminate a lot of the things y'all have been asking questions about. But for the time being, hang tight, and we'll be back with a little bit of Elder Scrolls gameplay. Thanks for watching. We'll talk to you in a few minutes.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. It's us. It's
is
Gilly
us.
and Ryan.
I'm
here
Ryan.
again, and I'm Gilly. Hello.
Where's my Dr. Pepper?
Too many bones too. Time. Wink. Time. I think you mentioned it in the comments, but the art book on the campaign is the same art book. So
That was the original
if
run.
you have it already, don't
get it.
Get it again.
Unless you like having twos of everything.
You
If
can give it as
if
a-
you want a
as a
copy of an
present.
art book in every room of your house. So if you want to look at it, you don't need to leave. Every bathroom, every coffee table.
Yep.
So what are we talking about here?
We're
Wow.
in wow, my goodness, am I just running out of words? In lieu of the Brothers Murph having their big full campaign playthrough, we are instead gonna do a little bit of gameplay. And granted, it's gonna be little. We're gonna do like a fight.
A fight, yeah,
just to
because
show
we
you some of
wanna-
the new stuff.
Yeah. Because we're gonna be. Are we gonna be playing with the new race
Lots
abilities?
of new stuff.
We're gonna be playing with. Are we doing new classes?
No, these are the same glasses that I always wear. Sam.
And I think new skill lines, but also we're going to be testing out a Somerset encounter, so you can sort of see one of the weird things you can expect. We are going to be also showing off like what's the new native ability in Somerset,
Yes.
and then also we are going to be playing with 2 active Daedric Prince modifiers.
Ooh, you can stack them.
You can stack them. So, as we have mentioned in the past, when we first sort of
This
revealed
nasty
these,
brown mat, because I know you like the brown.
I do like the brown mat. Thank you, actually. Thank you. It's autumn. It's
Mine is blue time.
your blue time. So, the Daedric princes will come with each prince will come with unique components. As well as some little flavor text. And then it has setup instructions, and that's going to be like, this is for the full campaign. So anything that affects setup, it's like, that's meant to be like, all right, yeah, this is forever changing your campaign. And they'll have an effect. Additionally, too, we have provided, if you are one of those players who just wants to make things nastier, we have an option for you can essentially just resolve the curse. If you're also looking to make things a little bit easier, there's an option where you just resolve the blessing. These are designed to be played with both in mind. And while it will likely feel harder, they're not meant to strictly just punish you. They are meant to give you a benefit and a detriment. And you have to really lean on that benefit to overcome the detriment, but it'll allow you to play in different ways you normally wouldn't, or avoid certain things you normally wouldn't want, like have to deal with.
Sure.
Anyway,
Got it.
so we're going to be playing with 2 of them. We're going to be playing with Hermaeus Mora, which we actually have the card, the nice version of the card here
Ooh, the
printed,
nice version.
not just the playtest thing. What this one does is it adds a bunch of chips. I believe we've already hit the stretch goal for this one, where we will make unique art, right?
We have.
So
that was
it
very
will
early.
come with 6 chips, 3 1/5s, 3 10 and 20s. And these are all sort of rogue Daedric minions that have escaped Hermaeus Mora's domain. So Hermaeus Mora is like, hey, you're already going out and adventuring. Do you mind taking care of these rogue minions? Just put them down for me and I'll give you a nice reward. So what's interesting about them is they all have Cornered, which means they're going to gain 2 HP for every adventurer. They all have a pretty nasty skill, and then they all have Reward, which is a pretty rare quest unit skill. That when it's defeated, all adventurers can advance their health stat by 1, gain a legendary, or gain 5 tenacity. So a really nice benefit.
Yeah, I was playing with that last week, and I was just getting free health stats.
Yeah,
left
no,
and
it's
right.
great. It's great. So it's like nastier enemies that can pop up and they'll jump scare you. But then when you kill them, they're gone and you get a nice reward. Yeah, they're also removed from the game after you defeat them. The other one we are going to play is everyone's favorite cheese prince of crime, Shegaroth, or Shagorath.
Sheogorath?
Sheogorath.
I think it's Shoggorath, actually. As
Shoggorath.
as
I've
much
never
jokes as
asked.
we're making about pronunciation.
I've
believe
never,
it's Shoggorath.
I've never actually asked anybody.
But
and
if
I've-
anyone
and I've
knows
played it
and
in the
can
games, but I
relate
don't
to it.
remember how they say it. So
Bra.
I also know the Khajiit say it differently. because like we reference him in one of the encounters in the base game, but it's spelt differently than you'd normally expect because the Khajiit have kind of like their own pantheon that is kind of the same but different.
Sure.
Yeah, so they say it differently. It's interesting. It's interesting. The princes.
He said it was interesting.
For him, so in ESO there are these enemies, or like not enemies, but they're just like gibbering fools that he's attached
Dum-dums.
to. And so what he's essentially been is like, hey, I will cast a gibbering spell on a bunch of your foes. And what you do is you get 5 double-sided chips. They were 3 1 and 5s, 2 10 and 20s. I think we're changing that ratio to be 3 10 and 20s, 2 1 and 5s.
Okay.
And it's like gibbering Nord, gibbering Khajiit. And they are kind of evocative of a similar corresponding enemy that already exists in the base game, but they have at least one stat lowered, and they all have one skill, a new skill called Slap, which doesn't work like it does in Cloudspire, so it's a little different. Essentially, at the start of their turn, they will deal 1 true damage to the strongest adjacent unit. Yeah, and so they could slap their friends. If there are no adjacent units, they will slap themselves. Now, so those enemies are a little bit easier than normal, of course, both with slap and the lower stats.
Sure.
But also, you get to replace those enemies. So at the start of the campaign, you get to pick like which enemies you want to swap. And actually, start of each session, you get to do this. So if you're like, oh, I don't like the Breton Archmage, or I don't like the Mud Crab,
I'll make him into this.
you
dumb
can
guy.
swap it out and instead put these guys in. So it's both a better, easier enemy, and you get to remove nastier enemies, unlike the Hermaeus Mora ones, which are just added to the bag.
Okay.
The downside, however, and we'll actually need to get a few more components that I forgot to grab here, is he comes with 10 cheese cubes. Because,
Sure.
especially in ESO, he loves his cheese. And we sort
can
of
use this for
didn't.
cheese, right?
Yeah, we could. We will just need.
We sure can.
We will just need 10 just blank cubes. I think there's some, Carter, on the big playtesting table, there should be 10 white cubes. And so anytime you would gain light fatigue, you have to draw from the bag. 1/3 of it is going to be these cheese cubes. Cheese cubes, like over fatigue, when you would recover them, just are gained again. Additionally, that's if they would ever be removed for any reason. So not just during your recovery step. The only way to get rid of them is to go to an inn. You have to go to bed to get rid of cheese.
Yeah,
That's just
real
like
life.
real life.
So let's
Yeah,
throw
you
these
just got to
guys
be
in there.
bedridden. All right, there we go.
Yep,
Whoa.
worked perfect.
And so this will come with its own cheese bag.
Or is that like one of the ones you can like filter the curds through and
Oh yeah, just cheese
functions?
The thing to note as well is those cheese cubes are only considered fatigue for the purposes of gaining light fatigue. So if you have an ability that says like remove X fatigue from your cooldown track, you can't remove the cheese. If you have an ability that says deal damage equal to the amount of fatigue in your cooldown track, you can't count the cheese. So these are truly just
fan.
meant to clog your arteries.
Love it. And your cooldowns.
Cheese. Crackers about
Or
cheese.
as I call my cooldown, or my arteries, my cooldown track.
Yeah, yeah, that's yeah.
Took me a while to get there. So do we
yeah,
want to
those are
start
the two-
building our characters? Someone suggested we should dual class vampire werewolf.
Well, vampire werewolf aren't classes, but we could take both.
Du-
Take
dual
their.
skilled.
We could take both their skills. Yeah, I think if people are interested in that, we have the dice here, right? Do we
should.
have?
Oh, I think they meant one person is a vampire werewolf.
So that's the interesting thing. You cannot be both.
Okay, that's kind of
And there's actually lore reasons for that too.
Yeah.
That's not just we didn't like balance wise. There's lore reasons in the game. If anyone has played, like I remember it in Skyrim most directly becoming
Sure.
when they added the vampire werewolf, and I had to go through a whole ritual thing to stop being one of them so I could try the other. And I'm like,
So what do you want to be? What's your race of choice in this block of our new artworks? Lovely.
So
lovely
I think a couple of these might be just slightly out of date.
That's great.
I
love
think
that.
this one is good. I'm going to be an Imperial, which is once per battle on your turn, choose an adjacent level 1/5 enemy. This unit becomes a companion controlled by you until the end of the round.
I'm still trying to figure out when something becomes a class versus a skill line. Well, skills are more like...
Skills are going to be the dice.
So class
Classes
is like
are
my
the-
job here, and skills are like what I do at my job here.
Yeah, it's the way you perform your job.
Yeah.
You're my friend now.
I saw the Chip Theory headquarters video by Board Game Hangover. I was wondering which office was Andrew's. My office is actually Salem's office
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
the big-
we share
big room.
A big one.
Yeah, I
my
got
one-
my Danny DeVito sequence pillowcase. Got a close up. It was
My,
great.
my wife's actually a cameo. in
Right,
there,
and that's just funny
she
because it's like
happens to be at my
they're
desk that
working in
day.
there, and she was. I'm just like,
She was
well,
working on homework.
yeah, she was working on homework, and I was playing Bloons Tower Defense. We were not working in that room.
Not supposed to tell on yourself that way.
I was working over the weekend. I deserved a break.
Salem's working on that 20 strong balloons tower defense
my
deck.
Oh my gosh. I don't.
I mean, I love this orc's artwork. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
can play
take
some
him
orc.
'cause He's wonderful.
Spill the beans.
I just love beans and spilling them.
What's the orc?
What's the orc ability?
So my orc's ability is once per battle. After being dealt damage, I can gain bonus HP or recover level 1 warrior type skill dice equal to the damage dealt. And I can split between the two. So I can take a big hit and then recover.
What's really nice about this one too is it refers to damage you are dealt. So if you have a way to prevent that, if you're doing a heavy armor build, if you have a lot of defense dice up, if you have a class ability that lets you prevent damage, it cares about the damage dealt to you, not the damage you took. So if you get hit for 5 and you have a way to prevent all of it, you can still do this for 5. All right.
Let's see. So you got one.
Well, I got 2 of each.
You got two.
I'm an Imperial. I'm a
Plain-
2/2
plain
dancer over
old-
here.
Plain old Jane old. And what are we choosing for skills?
Well, we're gonna do vampire and werewolf. Which one do you want?
I'll try vampire.
Vampire. Now, thing to note: vampire is a thief type line, which are typically more supplementary support kind of lines. Like they're meant to boost your other means of doing anything. It's not a full damage dealing line, whereas werewolf is a lot more full damage dealing.
Okay.
So
let
something
me
to consider. It also
What
pairs
else am
really
I
well
doing?
with magic because you can. It's stamina based.
Are we just ideal building here?
Yeah, I think so.
I think
Like
that's
we want to
best.
probably show off some new
Yeah.
stuff.
What
right?
do you want to be doing alongside a werewolf?
Well, alongside werewolf, that's interesting. Because werewolf, when you transform, you can only use werewolf dice and combat skill dice. So I don't know how much I'm going to invest in other stuff. I'm probably going to just really go all out in those two.
Well, can you utilize your active things that are sitting in active slots?
Yes, you can.
So
in
you
which case,
could.
actually, maybe I'll take medium armor then
You
for
could
that
also
reason.
do assassination.
Or assassination.
Assassin werewolf.
I'm gonna
Spooky scary.
I'm gonna try medium armor.
All right. Let me see. Oh, I take one of these.
All right, and we are going to jump because we really want to showcase these skills in a lot of degree. We want to showcase the new enemies that we could draw. So we are going to jump actually right ahead to 19 XP for this. So we get a nice spread. It's going to have 38 enemy points. So we get to see a 10, a 20, a 10, a 5, and some 1s.
Okay.
And then also it's going to give us a nice bonus on things. So what are you taking?
I think I'm going to take Storm Calling.
Oh, yes. Now, keep in mind, Storm Calling, outside of its level 1 dice, are all about boosting your physical damage. Because it will sort of... Maybe not.
I took Soul Magic. That's,
Okay, if you're going full mage, then Storm Calling might not be the best pairing.
Maybe I'll do Assassin Vampire.
Ooh, nice. But yeah,
Spooky
Storm
scary.
Calling is really, really good as like a way... If you're doing a melee build, but you still want to keep your Magicka stat, put on Storm Calling, you can actually apply really cool statuses to yourself, and they don't go in your cooldown track, so you don't have to worry about that either. They just go on your chip for those. And they can boost, like, either reducing defense by enemy combat dice you're rolling, or combat dice you're rolling. They can let you hit in a straight line. They're all about boosting combat dice specifically.
Nice.
But then, of course, if you have, like, Adric Spear or two-handed or one-handed shield or dual wield, you're going to get some nice benefits from that too.
Yeah.
All right.
Give me them dice and those skill sheets.
Let's see. Do we have
Someone
the?
asked, why is Valenwood out of stock? I would venture a guess that it's because we did not have stock, but I think we will have stock coming.
Do we have the nicer versions of these ones? I know they're slightly out of date, but that's the correspond to the dice we've got.
Skill line
For the skill line ones?
those are in transit on the way back to us.
Are none of them out on that table out there?
They sure aren't.
None of them?
None of them.
All right. Okay. Hopefully these dice aren't too. I mean, I think yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know what the icons are. Do we truly not have any of them? We got rid of all of them?
Yes.
All right. Well, I guess I'll have to go get our playtest dice then.
Sure. I
Which-
suppose.
Me too.
Will Carter be able to find them? Or and will they have to be pulled
here.
from Matt's?
I will
We
come.
can make do.
They're in the
How off are they?
Those are just gameicons.net or whatever. All right.
They are.
Oh my gosh! Why do we not have even one set?
No, we needed coverage. Hello, everybody. It's me, Andrew. This is the solo stream where I'm just chilling a bit. I saw a bit of a preview from One Stop Co-op Shop, and I was so happy with the additions I saw. I was trying to think of good ways to implement Vampire and Werewolf and couldn't really get far. Yeah, I think they came up with some really good ideas on Vampire and Werewolf. I like the afflictions and think they're very interesting. And Werewolf is very cool. I like Werewolf a lot. Vampire is very neat for its drawbacks and its good stuff.
Okay, everyone, get to see the cool playtesting components.
Yeah,
My
behind the
lovely.
scenes dice.
I mean, I'm gonna be so sad because everyone's gonna get to see the goat medium armor die that I'm so sad isn't actually on the
die
real one.
is the goat. This is going to throw me off so much for actually knowing what any of these do. So I should be looking at these ahead
Yes.
of time because
Yes.
I'm gonna,
Sorry, nice dice.
I
We don't
am
get to use you
so
today.
far from remembering what these things are. So I have vampire,
All right.
assassination, and soul magic.
Yeah, I got werewolf.
So I get to
Medium
start
armor,
with two of
and
these. Man,
that's
these
it.
look very different, don't they? My goodness.
And combat.
And combat. That's true. And
These are
combat.
actually replaced by these wonderful little purple. I can use the regular purple dice. They're going to be the same.
Which
No,
ones?
I guess. The soul magic for results wise.
Hey, Andrew.
Yes.
Can you move both of the adventurers mats forward?
How far?
Exactly where Andrew is right now.
Like that?
Perfect.
Right into my lap.
All right. Is this okay if I'm covering the?
Absolutely.
All right.
Map doesn't matter.
Local translators distributed. Yeah. If you want all the details, check out earlier in the stream. Gilly covers translations for a very long time. But yes. So as Shadows is volume 1 and it has only 5 Daedric Princes out of 16, 18 parentheticals. I don't know the difference because I'm not up to date on my Daedric Princes. I hope there will be volume 2 and volume 3 as well. But also, if you keep supporting the campaign, there might be more princes. I don't know. I actually don't. I don't remember the stretch goals, but again, French versions, any language versions, I would check earlier in the stream, but the long and short of it is we are making everything that we make available to anyone who has translated the base game, and if they would like to make it, they can.
I feel like I should be a werewolf berserker. That feels thematic.
Does feel thematic.
Berserker unlocked,
Yeah. Right. Berserkers.
I think so. It's one of
Yeah, because that's like
it's one of the
ones,
big ones we
I think
pushed.
that's yeah.
One of the big ones we produced. So if it's not, then we messed
And
up.
what do you think? We're in session 2. Do you think we flipped a master by this point in session 2, hypothetically?
I mean,
you could actually
I could
determine
just
it.
do
Yeah.
it.
Mine
Yours-
is I would have to kill a
That's
level
up
20
to
or
you.
a quest enemy while I have 1 HP.
Does everyone here think Salem would have been able to do that by this point? 'Cause I don't know. I don't think
Yeah? We got 1 from Carter. If we get 1 from chat.
so.
My opinion matters the most.
Do you know when French for the game? Again, that is Lucky Duck. They're gonna have the best updates on that. and we will continue updating the original campaign with those updates as we receive them.
Could you give me some combat skill dice?
Yes. How many do you need?
Give me 2.
Wow. We had 19 XP?
19
1,
XP.
2, 3.
1,
So I
2,
need
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 plus 4 is 13. 14, 15.
I'm actually gonna. Oh man, I'm actually gonna pop assassination. I'm gonna swap these. I think I'm gonna take mage because it's very straightforward. It's very cool. I'm gonna do Ooh, interesting.
Actually, hold on. I will not. I'll give that back.
I get a mist form.
8, 9.
My goodness, these dice are very different. All right, I'm gonna take the friendly bat one because boy is that. I really had a lot of fun with creating these, but they're not conducive to me knowing what the hell they are. Is this right? This has a little bat on it. That's right. If you're adjacent to any non-quest unit, heal to full HP. Let's go for that one.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 17. So I have 2 more.
Sip on some friends is what I'm going to be doing here. So this would be 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 XP thus far. 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 if I do 1 and 1. So how much? 19?
19.
Okay. All right. So I'm at 12. I need 7 points more. Well, we got to get a marked target. Where's a marked target?
Oh, we didn't grab assassination. I'm sorry. Forgot you needed assassination. Are they out there? I can't remember what color that one is. I think it's like green.
What do you mean with the stretch goals where you add extra dice to? So that would be expanding the 8 die line to a 12
Yes.
die line. So. I'm good at English.
Thank you.
I totally understand. I would not be able to play this game in another language. So I'm no shade to anyone for wanting it in their language. I think I would certainly not play this game if it wasn't in English. Yeah, so adding extra dice. So essentially, like, these dice were originally planned as 8 die skill lines, and hitting a stretch goal allows us to turn them into 12 die skill lines. So that just means more dice, more variability.
Multiple people can take it.
Yeah. I mean, multiple people can always take it.
Yes, multiple people can more feasibly take it.
Yeah. I don't want to use that wording specifically because none of these can now be taken by 3 players. Like,
Right.
that's not.
Yeah.
That's not a
that's
new
not
feature.
even a rule.
Let's see.
All right. I think I am all good.
Killer's
Let's
Blade
just double
is
check it.
funny.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 19. Yep.
I need 5 points more.
We don't have any
I need
items
more
out here.
soul magic, probably. Do you think we would have had items?
I mean, even if we just pick up caches.
We were just doing pets for our entire first run, and then we ended it, and this is the first part of session 2. So we get a consuming trap.
Just grab a random stack.
Another 2 experience thing, and then I'll probably just give myself a health upgrade. And then what's that big old soul magic die? Soul assault. Find your target. Let's do soul assault. There we go. All right. We got some fleshy characters now. Our characters are all built up.
Okay, we don't need.
Feeling good.
I'll just say we each get 1 and 1.
No health upgrades there, Wolf Boy?
I'm risking it.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Well, we just got random.
Well, because I'm hoping to get 1 for free.
Oh, yes, with a reward. Any idea when the pre-orders will ship for 20 strong? No. Gilly probably answered that question earlier, but I was busy putting questions in the chat, so I was not paying attention.
Okay.
I would check the Tanglewoods updates, honestly. Might have better insight on that.
All right. Oh, I need a rage, Carter.
What do you need?
I need a rage die, please. There's
Oh,
one.
no, the
on
rage die's in there.
Is it?
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, it is. Never mind.
Stop
Scratch
making
that.
Carter do work. Have they shown the Guild Vault yet? There is a concept of it on the page. The Guild Vault does not exist in a physical space, so it is not possible for us to show it off at this time. But
Here, I'll put
you
my
know,
items
our
here so we can be
previous
seen.
Trove solution, cloud storage, we're good at making big boxes to hold a lot of stuff, and this one's no different. Would be so cool to add real bosses, dragons, and maybe short scenarios. Guide the farmer to his cow. Well, not the one that got killed by the giants. Those are side quests. You can go. You can go on a side quest.
Although, also too, like
there are so.
I think if looking at the sort of the future of this game, you know, we really want to make sure that we expand the depth of the systems here. So that's where it's just like, oh yeah, new skill lines, for example. And then we want to be able to sort of tie a bow off on the main regions, because that is where the core of the story is. That like lets you experience these different places. And like, you know, there's what, 10 regions, I think, right?
I think there's 9. Off the top
9
of my
regions,
head.
9 regions.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, you're right.
They'll all be in the game.
And so it's like, yeah, we want to do all of those things, and what a region looks like is already pretty well defined. Looking at the future longevity of the game, though, once we sort of really have an expansive number of skill lines, we've explored all the skill lines, classes, items, mainline quest stuff we want to do, and at that point, where do you go from there? Individual sort of quest lines, more like maybe one-shot things.
Yeah.
That is absolutely all on the table for creative ways we can continue to take this. So that could be in the form of like, all right, yeah, this is it's not about a big like overarching, you know, deal with Desalandra kind of thing. This is now like, hey, here's some individual, like more specific quest lines that start and end in one session completely, and you get the full story kind of thing.
Nice.
And have more like bespoke interactions and things like that we can do.
Guild Vault video will not exist, at least until late pledge at the earliest, because, again, doesn't exist. It's a concept. We know we want to do it, and we know the general measurements for it, but an actual physical thing doesn't exist. So, yeah.
All right.
You can see if you want to add it in the late pledge stage, but right now, hold off if you don't feel like doing it. Okay, so I'll do a quick overview of what I have built here. Orc I already went over. I have taken Mage. As you can see from this, I have not mastered Mage, because to master Mage, you have to fill an entire attribute row with Mage-type skill dice. In fact, I've made it impossible for myself to do so, unless I take that health upgrade away. I have these abilities on the front here. For one, I can undo. As an interrupt, I can reroll a die. 2, Mage Light, Enduring. I can ignore sight restrictions. I'm not going to come up here. Also for 2, as just an action, I can take a free movement action. For 4, as an interrupt, I can basically skip a non-quest enemy's turn. I can time stop them. And then for 5, I can deal true damage equal to my Magicka stat to a targetable enemy. And that one's in magic form. All these are magic form, other than the free move action.
Sweet. All right. Did you have anything else about your build? Or?
Let's give you your class.
So
and I'll go
I
over my
am
skills.
playing the Berserker, and I think we deemed that in my infinite wisdom, I was able to flip to a master Berserker. So the main thing of the Berserker is they come with a little die. This is the Rage die. At the start of my turn, if I am not at full HP, I have to roll the Rage die. Then I get to resolve the free class ability of a tenacity cost that matches this. So if I roll it and it's a 2, I resolve my 2 tenacity cost ability. This does not count as using the ability as far as like once per turn kind of things.
Yeah.
That is a force, though. You are required to do that. And so all of these are worded in such a way that it could negatively impact what's going on. So one of them is deal 1 of damage to each adjacent unit. If I'm adjacent to Andrew here, I have to hit him. It also says I can gain light fatigue equal to my current HP to ignore defense on all enemies for this damage. So probably not really good if I'm at full health, but if I'm at 1 or 2 HP, or that could be worth it to deal essentially 1 true damage. Not actually, but to a bunch of things. 2 is I get to gain 2 bonus HP. The weakest adjacent unit, again, that could be an enemy, gains 1 HP. May exceed health stat. 3, move an adjacent unit as many hexes as possible in the direction directly opposite you. So you're essentially giving them a big kick. And they're going to move as far away from you as possible in that direction. Then I get to deal it 1 damage plus 1 additional damage for each hex it moved.
So you're just unpleasant to be around.
Yeah, don't be next to me. Unless this.
Yeah.
In which case, then be next to me. Reach. This is an enduring, so this would not be triggered on the die there because you can't trigger an enduring just like that. While engaging in light weapon or heavy weapon, you may target opposing enemies up to 2 hexes away.
Can throw axes. That's cool.
Or I just grow really big. I just it's a Path of the Giant Barbarian. And then the last one is charging maneuver, which is where I choose a direction and move as many hexes as possible in that direction. I have to choose a direction that would let me move if possible. If I would move into a unit, I stop moving and deal that unit 1 damage, plus 1 additional damage for each hex I moved. Then I deal myself 1 damage.
That's pretty good.
All right.
For skills, the mage orc here has taken on vampire, assassination, and soul magic. Assassination is stamina based, and the dice that I have gotten for it are mark target. Also, some of these might be slightly different from ones that you have seen. In
Right,
play.
yeah, because we're always, we're still in the playtesting
And
timeline, so.
and the nice printed materials were actually handed off to Shay, who has sent them back, but they have not arrived just yet. So we've got these ones. So mark target is the die I have here. So if I roll, it's got 2 misses. It's got 2 status effect sides. So that die says after this engage, apply this die to an enemy that is up to 3 hexes away when you deal damage to this enemy. Ignore up to 2 of its defense. When this enemy is defeated, exhaust this die. This die can be applied to a quest unit. Oftentimes statuses cannot. There's also 2 drain faces on it that apply a Bane status to an adjacent enemy, then gain a stealth status. And then the level 2 die that I have purchased is the Killer's Blade. On your so this has 3 misses, and then 3 sides that are 1, 2, or 3. This die is an active die, so you can pop it into an active slot on whatever side you roll. And then on a future opportunity, on your turn, you can exhaust this die to defeat an adjacent enemy with exactly that amount of HP.
Nice.
So you can technically...
It'd be really good if you get a
kill
1 and you go
quest
like
enemy
something with
and
Diverge
20.
or something.
Vampire is stamina base. It's an affliction, and I cannot untrain it because I'm a vampire now. Sorry, guys. Let me see here. When exhausting the blood scion die outside of your engage actions, place it in your cooldown track with a tenacity result showing. So that is a specific.
That's kind of like heavy
instruction
armor.
for 1. die.
Yeah, because it's a cooldown 1 in the same way heavy armor and acrobatics are.
Got it. So this one has a variety of things, but the dice that I have trained 1 feed die.
It's the level 1.
So
you have to train that
instant.
one at least to start.
Yeah. And you should keep it.
Yeah, it's good.
It helps. So for an instant, 2 misses, 4 hits on this face, deal 1 damage to an adjacent enemy. This damage is true damage when applied to humanoid enemies. Then remove a Bane status die from your cooldown track. I have taken Mist Form. 3 faces that swap hexes with an enemy that is up to a number of hexes away equal to your stamina stat. Then deal X damage to each adjacent enemy. This damage is true when applied to humanoid enemies.
Human or noid enemies.
You gotta avoid that guy. He steals
Avoid the
pizzas.
noid, yeah.
1 face, swap hexes with an enemy that is up to a number of hexes away equal to your stamina stat. Just don't get all the cool damage stuff. 1 face, that is gain a Bane status die or drain this die. You must resolve this face. So that's sort of the bad part of being a vampire. And then 1 miss. I have also trained Blood Scion, which is the level 3. That has a lot of faces. I'll just jump right to level 4 because that one's less faces. Vampiric Drain, 4 sides. Drain result if you are adjacent to any non-quest unit, heal to full. Then choose an adjacent non-quest unit to lose HP equal to the amount you healed. 1 instance of the bad face I mentioned on the other die, and then 1 miss. And then, of course, Blood Scion, the level 3 die, has a lot of faces, so I'll go quickly. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 miss, 1 bad face, 2 cooldown faces that while they're in your cooldown, before rolling dice each engage, you may select 1 gathered skill die. Any damage dealt by that die, this engage, is true damage. So you determine that like before you roll the die while that's in your cooldown track.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
1 face of while this die is in your cooldown track, your stamina and magicka are increased by 1. That's pretty
It's
slick.
also very good.
Then the other one, my favorite face, of course. When this die is placed in your cooldown track, if it's in its draw bag, deploy the level 10 giant bat to a hex as close to you as possible. Regardless of if you pulled it from the bag or not, the giant bat is a companion controlled by you for this battle. When this die would leave your cooldown track during battle, it is drained and the giant bat becomes an enemy if it is in play. So we want to have that as our friend, but also we want him to take punches so that he dies. And then finally, Soul Magic. Really, really neat. I've liked playing with Soul Magic. But Soul Magic's a little weird. It's got these Soul Trap dice that will not have little ghosts on them. They have the gems.
Boo.
Yes, that is what ghosts say, Salem. So the Soul Trap dice, they're your starting dice. I've got 2 of these level 1 dice. They have 3 faces that deal either 1 or 2 damage, I believe. And then they have 2 faces that deal 1 true damage, and then 1 miss. And then as a bonus effect, you may place a Soul Trap die rolled disengage into one of my active slots for each enemy that was defeated. So if I was able to kill an enemy with a Soul Trap, I can trap its soul inside a Soul Trap die. Let me see, my other dice that I've trained in that line, I have a single consuming trap die. I have 2 of those. 2 miss faces, 2 faces that say heal yourself for HP equal to your defense stat on the target. Heal yourself for HP equal to your target's range stat is another 2 faces. And then there's a bonus effect. I can exhaust a soul gem to deal true damage to target equal to its combat stat.
As a quick note, that is one that if you have been watching a different early preview, that one has actually changed it a decent amount. One of them was like moving your target and things like that. So.
Got it. Essentially, yeah, so you want to kill things with your Soul Trap dice, and then you can store the souls, and then your other dice in the line will utilize that soul to amplify your attack. And then finally, my last die, other than my
didn't
combat
take
skill.
Soul Strike?
Soul Assault's cool. Soul Assault, 4 faces, deal X damage to your target. Those can be 4, 4, 5, 3. That's all of them,
And
probably.
2 misses, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just didn't know if I read 4 results already. So you can do 4, 4, 3, or 5, or 2 misses. And then bonus effect, exhaust 2 soul gems to apply fear status to the targetable enemy, to a targetable enemy. Oh,
Yep. So it doesn't have
to
so
be
you
my
could
target.
kill the thing that you were doing and still
Love it.
put the fear on.
So that's all my dice. I got a lot going on.
Yeah, you got a lot more dice than me because I upped my cooldown one more time. All right.
And you're a big old wolfo.
I'm a big old wolfo, so I can't even roll that many of those dice. All right, so werewolf. Well, the most important one is transformation, because you have to use this in order to roll the rest of your werewolf dice. So I have one of those. Also, this die must be the only die you roll during that engage. So you essentially have to commit a whole engage to transform into a werewolf.
It seems strenuous.
Have you seen a werewolf
I've seen
transformation?
American Werewolf in Paris. In Paris.
In Paris.
I have seen that one as well. But
All right.
I've seen American Werewolf in
So
London.
I took Feral Pounce, which has this little dog jumping through a hoop, not the final icon. Gain up to 3 light fatigue to place yourself in an unoccupied hex up to a number of hexes away equal to double the amount of light fatigue gain. So if I gain 2 light fatigue, I can place myself up to 4 hexes away. Then deal damage to an adjacent enemy equal to double the amount of light fatigue gained. So I could jump 4, then deal 4 to an adjacent enemy. Okay. I've got Savage Strength. deal an adjacent enemy 1 true damage for each combat skill die in your active slots. So if you're going full defense, which that's why I'm comfortable with a low health stat, I'm going to try and keep these for defense and use them for that.
Nice.
After this engage, however, roll a status die and gain the result. So might get a nasty thing. Now, both of these dice, including the next one I'll talk about as well, have sort of in the same way you've got the bad one that gives you a Bane on Vampire.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a good one.
Ooh.
So if it's my miss, it's gain 2 tenacity, or immediately roll 1 free combat skill die from anywhere on your mat, adding it to your engage.
Anywhere.
So from
Anywhere.
your cooldown,
So from my cooldown,
that's where you
or
do?
from my
Or
active slots,
active, yeah.
whatever I want to do.
Interesting.
Then my last one for Werewolf is Howl of Agony. This is a drain die. It's got 4 sides and then 2 sides with that cool miss. It is a drain, so resolve any... Huh?
That one
What are you
rules.
laughing?
I like this
Oh,
one.
yeah, this one.
This
So,
one's so dumb.
resolve any number of the following abilities once, losing 1 HP for each resolved. I can defeat a level 1 enemy in sight, apply a Bane status die to a level 5 enemy in sight, deal 3 true damage to a level 10 enemy in sight, and apply a Maim status die to a level 20 enemy in sight. And this is really good because we deliberately stacked the enemy pool, so we're going to have a 20, 10, 5, and a 1. Now, I would have to lose 4 hit points to do all of those, so is it worth it? I don't know.
You've got 5.
I've got 5,
You'd have 1 left.
and I don't have any way of healing, but I've got a way of gaining bonus HP, so,
Yeah,
you know.
have ways of dealing damage to yourself too.
All right,
So that's good.
so that's my werewolf dice. Yeah, oh my god, I just used I forced myself to use that and then just die. Yeah, that would happen. All right.
Where's the encounter card so I can start?
Oh,
setting
yeah,
this
yeah.
up?
There's that, and then here's the... I got the enemy set aside. All right, so medium armor is interesting because it is defensive. You know, it's a defensive line. However, almost all of the dice will allow you to, like, recover them if your cooldown is small. So this is why I really wanted to get a 4 cooldown stat. So the 2 I have the level 1 evasion. When you are dealt damage by an enemy, you may exhaust this die to prevent 1 damage. If your cooldown track has X dice or fewer, recover this die instead of exhausting it. And this has 5 hit sides. It's a 5, 6, 6, 7, 7. And so you can just get it right back, and then you can do it again next turn. The next one I have is a level 2 with the Lewd. It has 3 sides with numbers on them. And it says, when you are dealt damage by an enemy, you can exhaust this die to prevent 2 damage for each miss rolled by the enemy. If your cooldown track has X dice or fewer, recover this die instead of exhausting it. So same kind of principle, you can get it back if I am keeping track of my cooldown. Kind of gives me a little bit better version of dodge. The other side of it, also an active slot, after an enemy rolls combat skill dice against you, you may recover this die to change 1 result to a miss. So that side's a bit better, probably. I mean, there might be some situations where the other one's better, but there's only 2 sides of it, and that one you automatically get to recover it no matter what. There are some other cool stuff just to like briefly talk about, like, because armor lines can sometimes feel like, oh, it's just armor. How exciting is that really? But these ones can get pretty crazy once you go to the level 3s and 4s, one of which actually lets you roll medium armor dice in any battle form. So you can just like toss out this evasion every turn if you're getting it back without even ever needing to switch to defense. And then like the level 4 one is probably one of my favorites. You essentially get to roll, or you have to roll 1d6 for every 2 dice in your cooldown track. And if you roll no 6s, you just get to prevent all the damage dealt. All right, yeah, and that's it for me because I have 3 combat skill dice and a high cooldown. So
Is cornered plus 4 HP?
cornered
in
is
this
2,
situation?
yeah, plus 4 in this situation because it's plus 2 for each adventurer.
When I was out in LA playing this game with folks, we pulled one of these guys in a specific encounter that it was a ritual, and you pulled enemy pool worth, and then the first enemy got all the health of all, and it was this guy with like
Oh my god,
20 health, and he was just this big boy just lumbering around.
that's amazing.
So our thing here, an alliance of magicians? An alliance of magicians? I
Magicians.
should get my Nobody wants to run into a pack of bandits, but this particular group now menacing you has a unique distinction. They claim to be acting as the emissaries of a secret cabal of Tamrielic leaders, and they demand to be taken seriously. You shouldn't consider their actions common robbery, they argue, but rather a compulsory donation to the people solving the continent's problems behind the scenes. Gesturing to the back of their group, the bandits point out a distinguished-looking figure, although, now that you think about it, you did recently hear of some sapiarchs expelled from their order for creating illusory impersonations. So we don't have time for their illusions as our only choice. We're going to randomly select an unused quest unit with a health stat.
So it
added
can't
to
be the
enemy
Void
pool.
Centurion.
Who
Oh,
do we got?
this is a Valenwood one. That feels weird. I mean, now if you have Valenwood, that would be allowed, but I don't want to show off Valenwood stuff necessarily.
Say I'm scared of that enemy.
Hey, another cornered.
So we have pulled the corrupted creature.
Mm-hmm.
We don't believe that this is actually the corrupted creature. How could we?
Now, thing to note. So this enemy may be defeated normally, or it is immediately defeated when all caches have been removed from the clash mat. Caches are not removed if a lockpick check on them is failed.
Interesting.
And if we were on an unstable, but we aren't, we're going to say we're not, caches do not reward items until after the quest unit is defeated. And then if we were playing at three or four players, we'd also have to add common caches to the 2 star hexes, which would essentially add just 2 more caches you need to unlock in order to defeat the quest unit. But it could also mean 2 more items, which is not too bad. All right, the last thing to note is, so we have some enemies on here with native. That ability in Somerset has changed since maybe some of the previews and whatnot. Essentially what it is now is a ranged lashback, or a riposte. It is the first time each turn this enemy is dealt damage by a non-adjacent enemy.
Okay.
It deals damage back equal to the current session. So if we're hypothetically imagining us playing on session 2, all of the 2 guys? Yeah, 2 guys there with the skill native, they will be dealing a riposte 2 to non-adjacent units, essentially.
Okay. We have our gibbering enemy over here.
We do, yes.
There's retreat and slap. And then we've got our seeker over here who has Bane, Cornered, and Reward. So Cornered has already been taken care of. Bane is going to give us Banes. Reward will give us Reward.
Yep, and then we got our cheese bag over here.
That's a really bad quest unit to pull. in
That
this
is a bad
specific
question, yeah.
situation.
We also got one of the new enemies here. This is not the final art, though. It's just the mud crab. We got the coral crab. To anyone who might have been looking and seeing on the... He's a level 1 with 3 defense, but he only has 1 health and 1 stats. So, do you have true damage? Can you cut through him? You got your soul gems. Maybe those will hit him.
Yeah. I was thinking of rolling 1 soul gem to try and get him. Board Game Hangover's here. Hi guys.
Hello.
Thanks for coming to the office.
Do we have one of your water bottles? I think we found a water bottle that says Giannis on it.
That's probably just a different Giannis.
Yeah, just a different.
we know
third
lots
Giannis.
of Giannis's. All right. So who are starting?
Who's starting? Do you want to roll for it?
I don't care. Is that how you usually do it?
Yeah, that's how I like to do it. That's my own challenge modifier. And it has absolutely ruined me in some encounters.
That is theirs.
I got a 5. All right, I'm going first. Do we have a first player marker?
I mean, we do somewhere.
This is the new first player marker.
Nice. It's a 20 strong chip.
Yep. All right.
Oh, he left his secret spy camera water bottle. I knew it. It's to get all of our secrets.
Oh, yeah, and what items do we have? I've got the Razix Opus, which is the pet that helps me lockpick. And I've got the
Pretty
Orcish.
convenient.
I got your Orcish no rhubarb salad. Thank you. Is that a gift?
I made you that
You
in
made
confidence.
this for me.
Yes, my mother taught me how to make that orcish
And I can discard it to increase my magicka and stamina by 2, or by a collective total of 2 for the rest of the turn.
This feels fake that you've lined these up because I got the Sigic Stole, which for X tenacity I can move 1 unit X hexes, and then I have the Essence of Immovability,
Oh, that's funny.
so moving and immoving. I can expend this to when I would gain a status effect. I just don't. I ignore that status effect. I say go.
Oh,
go
hey,
kick
that's good
rocks,
for your
Darcy. Oh, my
your
vampire.
vampire stuff. All right. So
That's
I'm gonna
true. We also got
start.
this guy with Bane.
I'm gonna start in defense, so I can roll my
Wow.
this stuff right away.
Howard.
All right. I'm gonna roll my 2 light armor dice and a combat skill die. Wow. Well, I get some tenacity right away. That's
good.
That's
You wanted
good.
that.
That's real good.
What's that other one? The Wiggles?
The Wiggles.
You got the
It.
Wiggles?
I can exhaust it to prevent 2 damage for every miss rolled by the enemy.
Okay.
All right.
To gain what?
What?
What do you?
I can exhaust it
Mhm.
to prevent 2 damage for every miss rolled by the enemy. All right. Oh, you know what? Okay, hold on. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. All right, I'm gonna take a light fatigue guy. I'm gonna take a lot of engages this first turn, aren't I? Didn't get cheese. All right,
Nice.
I'm gonna howl at the
Nice.
moon.
No cheese. No cheese yet. You got to keep backing,
All right,
backing
howled.
the campaign because then maybe we can get the stretch goal where we replace them with like holy cheese cubes, like little Swiss cheese
Okay.
cubes. This is probably a lie that I'm making up, but I don't know. We haven't revealed all the stretches
All right,
yet.
I'm gonna do feral pounce.
Sure, you have wolfed.
Howl. I have wolfed.
That was a really half-hearted howl, but I okay. Mhm.
And I'm going to stay in defense because I want to roll another combat skill die for the purposes of this. All right, and none of these require a target. I guess I'm still targeting the wolf. Oh, no, I'm in defense. I can't target. Blech.
Stop cheating.
I'm cheating all the time. Oh, jeez, that's a lot of tenacity.
You're so tenacious.
Oh, my God.
You're such a charismatic wolf.
All right.
Just not a fighter.
Well, I'm going to exhaust that.
Sure.
Then I'm going to use this to get it back.
That's great. Love it. That's
Perfect.
one.
Then,
Oh, yes,
1,
yes.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm going to take 2 light fatigues because then that'll still... Oh, no, because that one's going to exhaust. I'm going to be out of the window for that. Man, I took a lot of fatigue this first time.
No cheese yet.
No cheese yet. I'm still going to do it. No cheese still. All right, so I can place myself up to 4 hexes away. I don't
Getting all
want
the-
to go that
all the
far
good
away.
Cubes out of the bag.
I'm going to jump here and deal 4 damage to this guy. He's got 1 defense.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I'm going to move back.
Okay.
And I'm going to spend 3 to kick this wolf into the sun. So 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 1, so it takes 5 damage. That wolf is dead.
That's so horrible. just kicked a wolf across town.
Just into the...
splattered against a building.
All right.
Okay, quite a turn.
Yeah.
So of
I have
course
a
I have
lot-
my
I-
cooldown. It's empty.
Yeah, I've got a good amount of fatigue now.
Let's see. Okay, so I want to shoot an adjacent enemy. So I do have to be adjacent to start sucking time, as Board Game Hangover would say. I am working on some of their content, and that's a classic humanoid or a vampire phrase. So let's see. Let's do.
Oh, gosh.
I don't actually know if I need to move right away, so I'll do.
Are you able to kill that corrupted creature? Because I don't think I would survive a hit from it.
How does the native read? Is if it's engaged or
Dealt damage, so the same as
okay?
riposte.
Okay. All right. So these 2 dice. What else? When I am engaging in magic, I can roll 1 more die than my magicka stat. So that's pretty neat. So I could roll every single soul magic die right now. That doesn't seem particularly useful.
I don't know. He's got what, 6 health left?
Yeah, but I won't attack him right now.
Oh, I see.
And then Vampire's also formless, so I can use another stamina-based die. Maybe I'll try to put a bat into play. Turn 1.
I mean, that would be huge because
I mean, yeah, it would be giant. in
it'd be
fact.
giant. It would be.
A giant bat.
Who are you targeting?
I'm targeting the coral crab.
Coral crab, hoping you get the true damage
Want
result.
that true damage face? I'll plink him for 1.
Hey,
We got really good.
Yeah.
Our results are really lining up with each other. So I do have lots of misses.
But that is the true damage result.
One question with timing. I assume I can't like resolve one of these to get a tenacity and then use this after I roll dice reroll.
No, because like after rolling dice is a specific window versus resolving dice.
So it's just like you can't feed gremlins after midnight, even though
Yeah.
every time other than exactly midnight is technically after midnight.
Yep. Now, nah.
Are you gonna tell me I'm wrong about
No,
that?
I was
I
just.
don't think you deal 1 true damage to my target. I have stolen that coral crab's soul.
You have.
Interesting. So now I can take another engage, and you seem like you want me to do something.
I
about
would
the
love
cool
for you to
bear.
go for the what you call him?
The cool bear.
Oh, the cool bear.
What do you think I said?
I
The
thought you said-
Colbert.
I thought you said Pooh Bear.
Pooh Bear.
Stephen Colbert?
Stephen Colbert is just hanging out in the middle of this town, corrupted. Okay, what am I doing here? I missed a lot, and that really throws me for a loop. So I'm going to have to soul magic once more. And I have a soul trapped in a gem, so I could blast that bear for quite a bit.
Oh yeah, and that would deal it. Now keep in mind, in order to use the bonus effect, you can't miss with that die.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, just a heads up.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
saying it now so you don't get excited if you roll bad.
Santoro never misses.
I never miss. Oh, 4 attack dice. My
Yeah.
goodness. Yeah, that could just do it, too.
Right. I mean, you could always move it
Torture.
away with the Sigic Stole too.
Yeah.
But if you could kill it, that would be nice.
Let's see. Should I move up to it, maybe? Because then I won't get reposted, right?
It doesn't have native.
It does.
Oh, it does. Oh my gosh.
Why we were worried about it, I thought.
Yeah.
Um,
And I did hit it when I was adjacent to it, so I'm fine.
okay, I'm going to move here. I'm not going to move quite close to it.
Okay.
Or not close enough for
Oh,
that guy
because
to
you could
get
also
me.
fight it.
That's what I was thinking. I can give it a little nibble while I'm shooting a gem at it, maybe. So 1 soul gem, 1 of these, maybe. Theoretically, yeah, also on resolution. If I am able, no, I guess.
No,
the timing
so
on this would be bad
the
no
bo-
matter what.
And are you talking about if you could resolve?
So if I resolve this in time with this to deal enough damage to the bear to kill it, getting a soul gem, and then using 2 soul gems to use this ability. Probably not, would be my guess. It seems like weird timing, because I'd like half use 1 die before I finish using. But I
Yeah,
guess
you have to
damage is
resolve all. So what
cool.
you have to do is you have to resolve all the dice first. Then
Yes.
after the engage, you can resolve the bonus effects.
Oh, okay.
So you could,
Well,
if
maybe
you
then.
killed it with both of those, then you
Yes.
resolve this bonus effect first, placing it there. Then you could do that. Yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
and you could fear the seekers, so we lose our reward.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's not really anyone to fear too
Yeah,
much.
I
I mean,
mean-
the Nord Marauder would not be bad to fear. I can mist forms, so no, that's not great either, because there's not like a cluster anywhere. So yeah, I think I'll just roll these 3.
Okay.
Maybe do the thing I said with all the stuff and all the things. Maybe. What is all this? Not exactly. So that's another tenacity phase. Well, I don't know if I want to slot that there quite yet, but I will have a tenacity. Oh, I could re-roll a die, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
How much damage am I? So this would be 1. I'd be dealing 4 to him.
So you'd take 3.
He'd take 3. He'd be at
3.
3 left. So this doesn't matter. At most, it's going to add 1 to that.
But if you're to,
Yeah, I think that's. Oh, I could re-roll this and hope for a bigger result. So I'll spend a tenacity, re-roll this fella. Oh, that's wrong. That would be great.
So you got a
re-roll
4?
both technically. So that's 5 damage. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So you'd be down to 2, and I can't multi-use undo.
Nope, not on the novice side.
Yeah, I'm still a loser. So I think this is what I got. So I get the 1 tenacity from the miss.
I mean, if you don't think you'll be killed by the corrupted creature, you could use this to.
Just recover. I was just gonna give me bonus HP because I don't have any warrior type skill dice.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, you got one, but you haven't.
Yeah,
But that could still give you the bonus HP to survive the next hit.
But I have blasted him down to 2. I could push him away with the stole. He does have a range of 1. I could push him 3 away.
Mm-hmm.
I could push him right up next to the gibbering Khajiit. So the Khajiit slaps him.
Yes, that'd be huge. Yeah.
Spend 3. It's unfortunate because, you know, Time Stop or Meteor would be pretty cool, but I guess, no, 2 gets him up to me.
Yep.
All right. I'll push him away. Did I take a second engage? I did. So technically I should have a cube. I don't trust you to draw not
All right,
cheese
fine,
out
fine,
of a
you draw.
bag. I know how good you are at cheese. Nice. Good at finding me cheese. Okay, end of my turn. And then we move on to these fellas.
Oh, wait, no, the Khajiit won't slap it because it'll move first.
The quest unit will move first.
Yeah, but the Khajiit won't slap it, though.
Oh, is slap at start of turn?
Yeah.
Oh, shame.
Oh, well, that's still fine. You don't get hit by it.
Yeah,
There we go.
it's less good.
And then it'll slap itself.
That's something.
Oh, but then it'll retreat, so it'll heal that back.
You.
Where's the status dice? Put a
you
stealth
don't-
die
you
on
don't
it.
Need to know.
That's funny. All right, this guy's gonna hit you for 1.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about his range. He's also gonna bang.
Oh, he's gonna miss.
Wow.
Okay.
Does he still? He's still.
Yeah, he'll
bans.
still bait you. Yeah. All right, then this guy's gonna go for the weakest, so he's gonna go here. Can you roll 2 for me?
Take 2.
2 damage. I will block. Well, no, I want to.
The whole 40s cartoon happening in your
Yeah.
response.
No, I'll block 1. Okay. So I take 1.
Oh wow, we're over 1-1.
Oh, because then I can rage. All right. Then this guy will move. Oop.
You just leave some health behind it. What
Yeah.
if I would love a. Can we do a skill where the enemies just leave a?
I mean,
it's funny. They're just
All right.
bleeding.
he'll
That's
hit you for 1.
A good mystery that we could do. Oh, no, he
Ooh.
will not hit me for 1. He will in fact hit me for 2.
Do you want to do your?
I might. That's kind of quite large. Is it?
Oh, there's a guy who hits for 3.
There's a guy who hits for 4.
Well, yeah, but we're hopefully gonna kill that guy.
Yeah, I'll take 2. I can heal next turn.
Okay.
Hopefully. All right.
All right.
Did that everyone? Yes. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
On we go. It's up to you.
1, 2. I have to rage.
Oh, I don't have a way to heat. All right.
1. Deal 1 damage to each adjacent unit. I'm not gonna take 4 light fatigue to ignore defense. No, thank you. All right. Cool down.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's a real shame I got a miss on that because I don't want to untransform just to roll that 1 medium armor die.
When we struggled with the sheer number of keywords on the map at one time, maybe some kind of app or list. I mean, I don't think we're gonna do any sort of app, and like a list does get to the point where it's just the keyword list again. So yeah, I don't know. You do get used to them. Like I will say, as somebody who's played a lot, I know what 90% of them do just by appearance, and most of them are named pretty appropriately, like Rush and Bane and Native. Not really, but
All right. I'm going to just roll some defense here,
Okay.
but I have a plan.
That is half a plan.
That is half a plan. All right.
All right.
Okay, and then I'm going to use my once per battle ability. I'm going to flip it to track that, and I'm going to turn this guy into a friend.
Oh yeah, you've
Like, hello,
diplomatically
sir. And then
talked him
I,
into helping out.
what I'm planning on doing, what we can do is if you want to eventually move away so you don't get rebaned, I'm going to move
Rebaned.
this guy up here. Like, I'll rush him, so then he just gets, or I can move him there to get hit with that. I'm just saying, if you don't want to get rebaned, you could move away.
Wouldn't it just move up and do it again?
What? No, because this is now a companion, so he's gonna bane him,
I see.
and then he's not gonna be a companion again, and then he's gonna die.
Oh, I guess I don't want to be next to that
He'll
guy.
be baned.
Yeah. All right.
All right, so your turn. Yep.
Okay, so I take a true damage. I should have. Yeah, no, I'm dumb.
What?
I just don't want that bane.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because I don't have another great way to get rid of it right now.
Not until you get your bite
Fine.
back.
And my bite's pretty far down. So I will just have used that
Yeah,
to
that's
not
smart.
gain it at all.
That's smart.
All right. Why did I do
Yeah.
Don't need those anymore. They're missing dice. All right. Let's see. So I've got 1 gem of souls stored up here. I can
Oh, you can use consuming trap.
consuming trap. Targeting who is the question.
Does it do defense and range?
So I can exhaust a soul gem to deal true damage to your target equal to its combat stat. So
Which the best would be, of course,
the
that
creature.
guy.
I mean, the best would be this right
He's
now,
stealth.
but he's stealth.
What?
What's going on, guys? Is no one plays? Yeah, there's no wine in here. I get it. It's a lot of words. I'm never gonna say that someone's wrong for doing keywords, not getting keywords, but there's not like an elegant way to solve it outside of having the full descriptions on the chips, and that's too much. But you can do shortcuts like cornered's resolved already. I just don't think about cornered anymore. Reward only cares when we kill it. Bane gives you a bane.
Yeah, I think more so sometimes where the trickier stuff is like forgetting certain parts of an ability, like
Yes, like
retreat.
when it happens.
Like retreat not only gives it a stealth, it also heals it.
Yep. Yeah, that's for sure. That one's very hard for me to remember specifically because I don't think it used to.
It didn't originally
Yeah.
in early playtesting of the.
So I think I have to roll this against the creature man to kill him, is the hope. I only need 1 gem to do that, yes?
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
But yeah, you might
I want to roll these along with it.
Yeah.
'Cause there's no reason not to. And then I'm gonna try
Get
to
the bat.
Try to get the bat. It's very unlikely.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness. Woof. Okay.
Jeez.
This is horrible.
Is that on camera? Can they see that?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, that's really bad. I mean, I can.
Santoro,
Uh-huh.
have you ever really considered about rolling hits?
No,
Yeah.
I don't like those.
I've heard the game's easier if you do.
I do like to be stealthed though, so I am gonna like do this one. But where do I want to be stealthed? Probably near the end. So how does the barfing man gain a bane? I assume.
Yeah, so
that
you probably
happens
want to do that
before.
or drain the die, right?
This is my good one though. That's my good
Okay.
die. So I'll do resolve you first. Get me some blood, or some reverse blood. No, that should go away at the end. So that's gonna go up closer to tenacity. Yep, and I didn't roll. Yep, okay. Yep. Train this. Give a bane, and I gain a stealth. Right. So bane on who? I could do it on the creature. Creature moves up.
Wait, is it Bane on adjacent? I thought.
Oh, it is on adjacent. Well, bane on you. You're the only adjacent. Sorry, friend. And then that was all my dice. I got my stealth. I have 2 tenacity. I haven't moved yet.
You could move back here, so you're not.
I mean stealthed.
So you're not next to me.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
I'm
you could just
all
move
stealthed
there.
up.
You could just move there.
I mean, I could move up here. Right? I'm stealthed.
That's
so
true. Yeah,
nothing's
that's
gonna
true.
Get me, and
Yeah.
then I can start doing caches.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll go hang out there for a while.
Okay.
And I don't think there's really another reason for me to do an engage.
You know what? I'm actually really. I just realized something silly.
Huh.
This guy. All right. This is me realizing we can't have a guy with retreat on one of these gibbering guys. Because if I remember correctly, this is what I get for not rereading it. Retreat is if no units lost HP this turn, it triggers. He lost HP because he slapped himself.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And which means that'll always
You
happen.
are-
So,
You are correct.
playtest note.
Yeah.
That guy shouldn't
that's a
have
good note.
retreat. We should give him either steal or riposte, is what the Khajiit cutthroats got.
Give
That's
him-
funny. All right, that's really
give
funny.
him Siphon. That's fine, right?
Yeah,
Just slap
Siphon.
Siphon on
Oh my
stuff.
gosh.
More
All right.
units should have Siphon.
Says everybody. All right, are you all done?
Just like these all caps messages in the company chat. Yes, I am done. I
All right.
believe I have stacked my cooldown, and I
Yeah.
don't have a great way to unstack it, so
All
I
right.
should take a break.
This guy, I'm gonna actually just have this guy. Well, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna move him there.
These dice have bad results. I think they miss too much. I think the stickers weight them in a way that I don't like.
Where's the attack dice? You've got them.
yeah.
Can you roll 2 for me? This guy against that guy.
Fine.
Okay.
Nice. 1.
1. And
Not
then this is the huge part.
Yeah.
Yeah. You roll.
I need a 4th.
They're under the other
They
tray.
sure are. I like to split my dice up. Hey!
Is that 3?
2 total after shield.
Yeah. Okay. Then
Okay.
this guy, he'll slap him.
Mm-hmm. Love it.
Okay, 3.
Oh. Norm Marauder's a really good friend. 3 damage, so 2. All right.
Okay.
And then our 10 is
That guy's gonna go for this guy.
This poor Norm Marauder. What did he do?
Well, this is why he realizes he shouldn't have been a friend. He's still gonna get baned though. And then this guy against him, he'll take a
That's
bait.
why it's very temporary this one
Yeah.
turn.
All right.
But then he rolls 1 against the Nord for 1. So nothing.
All right. And now he is no longer my friend. I wonder why.
What the hell was
All right,
that?
round 3.
I thought these guys weren't so bad.
Move an adjacent unit. There's no adjacent units adjacent to me. All right. Cool down. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go here.
I see that.
I see.
You can deal 1 damage to each adjacent unit. You'd only have to spend 4 life fatigue to get through.
All right. None of these require a target. I'm also in defense, so I'm not targeting anyway. Okay. Ooh, I got the actual howl.
Nice.
All right, hold on. How do I want to resolve this? I will.
Me no.
I could gain. Oh. I'm gonna. Oh, I gotta put those in there because I gotta shuffle it.
Gotta shuffle it. Shuffle
All right.
those cubes.
Oh, I got the first cheese.
And second? No, okay.
All right. So I'm gaining 3 to play. So I get to move up to double. So I get to go up to 6 away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
Okay.
And then deal 6 damage to an adjacent enemy.
Wow. Pretty good. Okay.
And then, so that was this one. Then this one, deal true damage equal to the number of. Actually, oh, that would only just be 1, and I'll have to roll a status die. That's not worth it. I'm not going to resolve that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to drain this one. I will apply a maim to a level 20.
Fingers.
I will.
What can you do to a level 10? 3 true damage?
This one I'm double checking. A Bane to a level 5 enemy. 3 true damage to a level. Is that worth it?
Probably 3.
Yeah, I'll do
That's
it.
basically 5 damage against that guy.
Yep.
Got 2 shield.
But I won't defeat the level 1 enemy in sight because I'm not worried about it. And he's got a Bane.
He's got a Bane. And the level 5 already has a Bane.
Okay.
And that one's drained.
Yep. That's it for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, now I have 7, so I could recover that.
Nice. Okay. Give me some dice back here so I can roll misses on them again. Yes, please. All right. So, let's see. What is this? Yeast form. Swap hexes with an enemy that is up to a number of hexes away equal to
you
your stamina.
Lose your health.
No, I didn't want to, Salem. I was trying to cheat.
I was trying to
Jeez. So I could do a little lockpick and then try to swap places with, say, the Nord Marauder and do a bunch of punching.
Ooh, yeah.
So 1, 2, 3. Always do 1, 2, 3. Perfect. So as I pass over that, I will do. Give me a common. We're not gonna wanna take any, not even 1 fatigue with how bad my cooldown's been. Oh, and also, is my fatigue cheese with
Oh, yeah,
6?
it would be. Is this recovered?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I got a
sure.
5 and a
Yeah,
6.
sure.
You just needed 2.
Last roll. Last roll. I'll take a 1. No cheese. Oh, jeez.
Jeez.
Jeez. Glyph of Foulness. Enchant enemy.
Oh,
die.
it doesn't even.
It's not gonna do nothing today. Oh. Okay. Let's see. So now I'm gonna want to actually get that result. So that's the hope. That's the dream. 50-50 on that result. Let's see. If you're adjacent to a non-quest enemy, nice. I might just roll that as well in the off chance that I can manage it. And then, yeah, let's roll it all. Who am I targeting? That's the question. Probably the bear. No, the seeker? Probably.
Well, is the bear gonna attack you?
Well, if I land next to it with
But it's not a humanoid, so it won't be true damage.
deal X damage.
Oh, if you roll it too. Honestly, I would go for
Oh.
the seeker. Yeah, go for the seeker.
Yeah. So I'd have to roll with 2. We'll see. I mean, we know I'm going to roll 3 misses. The real thing is which one is going to be the hit. I was wrong. I lied. This is the beans. What was that on?
You have a tenacity. It was on a tenacity. So
Okay.
you could re-roll one.
Which one to reroll? The mist form kind of needs to
Yeah.
land.
Yep. Also, you don't want to regain that bane.
Regain that. Okay. There
Okay.
we go. Sure. All right. So resolution order. Let's. Oh, and I did spend a tenacity, so I gain a tenacity.
So you're dealing
Uh,
4 damage to this guy, right?
4, yes.
Oh, 4 damage, not 4 true damage.
Not 4 true damage. Oh, that would be so good.
So he took 2.
Okay, so that one is resolved. Let's resolve. Do any of these drain? I don't think so. Mist form does not drain. The
Vampiric Drain
fangs
does.
will drain. That makes sense because it is called Vampiric Drain. I will do this one next. I swap places with this fella. And then I deal 1 damage to everybody next to me. Humanoids take true damage. Get sucked. And then I can Vampiric Drain. So I heal to full. If I'm adjacent to a non-quest enemy, heal to full. I certainly am. How much is that? 3 more?
Yep.
Nice. Then choose an adjacent non-quest enemy to lose HP equal to the amount I healed. So
Ooh.
I suppose it goes on you.
Okay.
And that's drained as well. And then I get the tenacity off in that one. I did move for the turn already.
You could do accelerate though if you wanted to move again
No, that's one thing.
to avoid getting hit by that guy.
Yeah, let's spend 2 to accelerate. I could roll this in the hopes of getting a 2, but let's do a free move action. I can move 3. Suppose I go 1, 2, 3. It takes me out of the range.
Or if you go here, then you won't be in the range of the seeker.
All right. Oh, I've dealt damage, so I've lost my stuff.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. All the way
Oh,
back
yeah, and
here.
then this guy will. Oh, it's start of his turn.
Yeah.
Never mind.
If I moved. If I,
Oh, yeah, can you
1,
move
2,
here?
3.
Because
Yeah,
then he'll
yeah.
go there, and then that guy will just
Yeah.
slap him.
Okay, so that is my turn.
Okay,
Corrupted creature moves towards me. This
That guy.
man slaps him to death.
and then he'll move
So
up.
rude.
He will hit you, but that
He's
was
rolling
worth
half
it.
rounded down.
Yeah.
That's more than okay with me.
Wow.
Oh boy.
So
He deals
1
1
damage.
damage. I should roll all dice. I roll very badly.
All right.
All right.
Seeker. 1 against me.
Seeker. Call him the Seeker.
I'm probably gonna die here because I'm
Why?
gonna
You
get
have a
baned.
shield up.
I'm gonna get baned,
And you have 2 health.
and then there's the Nord Marauder.
Get good.
1, block
Okay,
it,
1 shield.
and then I'm baned.
Get baned.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, 2 against me. I mean, if he rolls a miss,
He rolled a 2 and a miss.
I block it all. Yes.
Wow, that's pretty lucky.
Oh my God.
Um,
Let's go.
Let's see. Imperial Bandit. Imperial Bandit, who do you want to go after? Probably me, right? Yeah, there's no
well,
route to you.
There
Oh,
is.
there is, yeah.
But
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2,
1,
3.
2, 3.
He'll be
Yeah,
closer to
me.
you. So,
Sure.
did you already remove one?
No.
Grouping. All right, round 4. Could you remove a health from me, please? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I got to rage first before I do that. Technically, so there's 2 light fatigue in there. Rage.
Okay.
Okay, I
2.
gain a bonus HP.
And you heal.
And then I heal the weakest.
adjacent. Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, I know, right?
That guy came up to you.
Okay. All right, and then there's there. I am actually gonna spend 1 for continuous attack, and then gain 1 light fatigue to deal them both 1 damage. So could you do that for me?
What am I doing? Oh, 1 to each?
Deal 1 damage to both.
Okay.
All
Oh,
right.
You gain the. Got it. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay, and then. Well, I am gonna die here because of this. I have no way of healing. That is just a given fact. So, because I will die next turn. The best thing.
That doesn't do nothing.
Well, I'm gonna exhaust this,
Sure.
so I'm no longer a werewolf.
No wolf.
Do I remember at one point. Okay.
You can look for items.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Have you rolled anything?
No, not yet. Should I?
I mean, I was gonna say you could double move
I could double move. Is that
if you want to.
is that better than maybe trying to plink the Nord Marauder for 1?
Double move and auto kill the corrupted creature.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, that's what you'd just be hoping for some crunchings and munchings in those chests.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, apparently my orcish no rhubarb salad is not enough for you.
Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go
You need some like
1,
crispy
2,
chicken fingers or
3,
something.
and I'm gonna just see what happens, and I'm gonna just. All right.
Yeah,
where's
so
the
you're-
dice? I still get to roll the first ones.
Well, you have to.
4, 3, 6. Well, I got a 3, and then I'm gonna take 2 HP chips to set the other 2. I'm gonna just auto pass it. All right. Oh no, I put it on PVC.
It's a cool staff or a sigil.
Ooh. Don't think I'm gonna be able to use that though, because it's tenacity.
Okay, sure.
All right. Well, I was
That's
kind of
clear.
hoping that was gonna give me some kind of benefit. Did not.
I mean, it did, but you just can't use it in any way.
Cool stick.
It's a
Cool
cool
stick.
stick. Maybe I'll use that later.
All right. We do have to conquer these guys.
Yeah.
That guy's just gonna die.
I mean, you could theoretically survive if we kill the Seeker, because you could increase your health and get 1
Yeah,
health.
but the chances. Should I go for the Seeker or should I go for the Marauder?
I mean, if either of us kill the Seeker, it does it.
That's
but
true.
Again, I don't have.
What are you getting anything back?
I'm getting my giant bat die back, which has not a single way to do anything with the Seeker.
Okay.
All my soul magic dice are trapped behind my cooldown.
All right, I'm gonna go for the Nord Marauder.
Yeah, if I roll, I'd have to roll so many misses to Meteor.
Okay, 1 damage to the Nord Marauder.
Okay.
So he will die on his turn.
before
And
he
then,
goes.
because why not? I'm gonna take a life fatigue,
Cheesing it.
switch into this.
Sure.
Okay,
That seems
I'll be able to prevent 1 damage, which
Okay.
I don't know. If there's any way you can,
Not a true damage though, presumably.
right? Well, because I have one bonus HP and 1 this. Like I'll die on my next turn, no matter what. But if there's any way you need to go somewhere to, I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna. It's not gonna help you at all. Whatever.
You can pretend like it would. That's fine. My cheese. My cheese. My cheese.
I swear, if this next item here though was a healing item,
I can peek at it. I mean, so that guy's gonna die at the
I
start.
will show you what it is.
So the Khajiit is the only one that's not baned. I could suck the Khajiit for 1. I could drink its blood. I could deal 1. Because it's a humanoid, despite being
And
gibbering.
if you move away from it, then it'll slap itself again.
Sure. Oh, that's true. So I could roll and then move. And I could throw a giant bat down, which would probably be worse than good at this point in the fight.
I don't know. Well, if you kill everything before the bat comes out of your cooldown, then you're fine.
Oh, that's true, because he's our friend. And my cooldown, I could make my cooldown quite bad, but I couldn't do that until after rolling. So these are stamina based, so I could also roll this alongside.
Yep.
I don't know how much it would matter.
You could do defense.
That's true. That's true. That's true. You're right. You're right. You're right. Let's roll all of them. Let's see. That is a bat.
You got the bat.
There he is. All right, so 1 shield, 1 tenacity, 1 bat.
Bat skip ball. Right here.
Yeah. That seems good. I have literal no dice left in my hand. I've been a dice using boy over here, so I think I'm gonna pass it to you, Bat. What do you got?
Did you want to move away from the Khajiit at all?
Well, I seem to have trapped myself. I guess I'll move and hang out behind the bat. We're friends, you know.
Because if we want, you could move the bat over there to get
I could move
baned.
the bat here, and then this guy would move.
Yeah.
To punch. No, he would move to me still.
Yes, he would.
Oh, and he will not punch himself. He'll punch that Imperial.
But probably the best thing to do with the bat is to try and get him over there.
Yeah. Well, the bat's gonna roll 3 against the Khajiit.
Oh, so you don't want to move him?
Oh, can he not?
You have to move
only
first,
I
yeah.
Can do. I mean, is there a difference? He's not gonna get to him. I don't think there's a difference because you're eating it from Bane. We can't get that guy's reward before you biff it.
Nope. But I'm just thinking, like, to help contribute to that guy.
I think he will though, because you're gonna biff it before the Seeker's gonna take a turn. I just don't want him to take a hit from the Seeker and get baned before you die. You're gonna die.
I mean, I don't know. I might make it to the start of my turn and I can rage.
Oh,
I don't know if that's gonna help me at all, but
I don't see how it would.
no, I probably wouldn't. But I don't know. You never know.
I just want that man to get a hit. I'm gonna have the bat attack the Khajiit.
Okay.
The bat hits the Khajiit for 1.
Perfect.
Then I'm going to pass from the bat's turn.
Okay.
He had to attack or
So he'll
whatever.
slap,
Slap.
and then he'll attack.
Yeah, 3. So 1.
Okay.
And then
That guy, he's gonna attack me for 1. 1. I'll take the bonus HP.
okay. No Marauder.
Dead.
Oh, so your bane goes to the back. This guy, black. So these men both succumb to their injuries. So then round 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, start of turn effects. You're also not on a good line with anything.
Whee! I go out on my own terms. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Just run through the wall of the nearest inn. Then it's me. I get these 2 out. My cheese goes to the back.
Yeah, if I was smart, I should have put myself like here. So if I rolled that, I could have actually got that would have been the smart thing to do.
Oh, and also I'm trapped behind this bat now. I didn't really think about that one either. Okay, so let's do these. Sure. Why not? Yeah. Switch to magic. Right, yeah. Sure. Okay. That's Exaxes. I love it. So we'll slot that into active, and then we're gonna heal. This guy was my target, of course, because the other one couldn't be. I didn't declare it out loud,
But there's only one.
no possibility. So I heal myself equal to my target's defense, so 2.
Nice.
And then I will exhaust a soul gem to deal true damage to my target equal to its combat stat.
Nice.
Get out of here. And then I will do my move for the turn because I have this now. So I'm going to move 1, 2, 3.
Do you have any tenacity? You could move yourself further with the sigil, or
I'd have to use. I only have
you
one.
wouldn't have enough. Yeah.
And I could use it for better effects next time.
Okay.
So then my bat. We're gonna
Alright.
daisy chain around each
So
other.
then he's gonna attack for 1. I mean, he can't hurt it because elusive, but he will bane it.
Okay. He won't try to find me
No.
because of elusive?
No, they don't,
Okay.
because
Interesting.
elusive doesn't prevent targeting. That's why
Okay.
it's like crazy good on a companion because you can just.
So then we go to fatigue rounds. Do I get over fatigue or do I?
Yeah, you get over fatigue as normal.
Okay. And then I take a true from the over fatigue. Yow. All right, but then I'm not going to engage at all. So I'm going to do double movement, and then I'm going to Killer's Blade for 2. And just kill that man.
Oh, that's so good.
Killer's Blade's cool. I didn't even recover. I got these back too.
And you still have the bat, so the bat's still a companion, which means you don't need to kill it.
Nice. Love it. That's my bat friend. Also, we got a reward. So I'm going to pop that into health or 5 tenacity or a legendary item. I'll take a legendary item.
I'll take a legendary item too.
Ooh, boy. I got the Silver Dawn Jack.
I got the string of Thracian pearls.
Those seem good together. All right, that's gameplay.
Doesn't sound real.
Well,
Only 348k more to go to unlock all stretch goals. I don't think that's true. That's probably all revealed stretch goals.
yeah,
It's all revealed.
all revealed. Yeah,
do
there's
have- there's
if
more
We get
coming.
higher. There's we got some. We got more.
More goals.
More goals. Lots of goals.
I think we currently cap out around 3. But we should definitely try to go for
Oh, have we gotten the
this
wig yet?
cool wig.
The cool wig. The
that
wig that the
transforms any Khajiit into a cool Khajiit with a
cool
wig.
Khajiit with the wig.
I love these Shadows of
Oh,
Oblivion
I know,
card
right? Those are
backs.
so cool.
And then we obviously
Herald
have
of
to
the
get
Tome.
to Herald of the Tome. I
Did we
made
unlock
that
the creepy
one.
doll yet? I think we did.
I think we did. I
did.
love the doll. Oh
And
my
the doll
gosh.
That gives you siphon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so
Sure.
cool.
Doll
Every time I look
unlocks
at it,
at
it's worse.
115. Did we? Yeah, we just hit that. That was the last one we had.
Oh, sweet.
Glyph of decreased physical harm. What a name.
What's this one do?
It decreases physical harm.
Well, I've heard that for those wondering what this glyph does, it decreases physical harm.
Oh,
Hope that
okay.
helped,
Yeah, yeah.
Did that help? And then, of course, we'll be expanding dual wield. Very exciting stuff. That's it, though, folks. That's the stuff. That's been a long stream, so we're going to go. Brothers Murph, again, are going to be doing live tomorrow at a bunch of times that Gilly said wrong earlier. But you probably said them right at some point, too. But 7:30 p.m. 7:30 a.m. our time, so Central. 9:30 Pacific.
It's an early stream.
6:30 Eastern.
You said 7:30
Is that right?
a.m.
7:30 for us. 9:30 for them because they're Pacific.
Right.
Eastern 6:30.
6. Wake. Oh
Yeah.
boy, 6 a.m.
Greenwich Mean Time. That's of course going to be what we all know it is.
Right.
And I definitely still remember.
Yeah.
It's definitely 12:30, of course. But they're going to be doing a full campaign. That's why they're starting so early.
that
So
makes
they're doing
sense, yeah.
3 back-to-back, and they'll be playing with the new stuff. They have updated me since we went to this part. They have the stuff now, so they are good to go. So that is actually going to happen. I am linking it in the description of this. I'll share it elsewhere as well. But thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for helping out on this. A heartfelt thank you.
Thank you.
Make number go up. We
Yeah.
love to see big number.
Yep.
Big number lets us put more stuff in box, which is good.
This is true.
Yeah,
This is
this is
true.
what I've heard. But we'll be back next week, probably on Thursday, to show more game. More of this.
Ooh, do we know what we're doing? Excuse
We'll
me.
probably do a full quest in one of these places because we're the only ones with the keeper. We're the keepers of the quest lines
Yeah.
of these places, I believe.
And there's
Ryan
more
said we
Daedric
might
princes
be-
to show off too.
I believe Ryan said we might be hunting the butcher next week.
Oh.
So get excited for
Intriguing.
that one. What does that mean? I don't think he actually said that on stream, but he said that to me before stream. Thanks so much for tuning in. And make sure to check out the campaign if you haven't already. There's also a 4-player gameplay video that we went live on our channel with today.
And
so
that one
check
is
that out, too.
Somerset, right?
Whatever you ran through
Yeah,
with
it
those
was
folks,
Somerset. But keep in mind too, like
Stuff has
has changed
since then.
even from then. Like I think that has the older Somerset native ability instead of the new one.
Sure.
So, and we also it's not a full quest. We like fast forward, like jumped ahead.
Too slow.
Too slow.
Too slow. Slow play.
We had to keep stopping for battery changes.
That's true. We don't have to do that on stream. We're just running these cameras into the ground.
Into the ground.
Into the
All right. Well, we're
I'm very tired. Thanks so much for tuning in.
This has been a 5-hour stream.
It's been a 5-hour stream. I gotta go. I'm gonna go see a movie. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.